1, 2, check, check. How's my AV? Mercurial. I come to okay? Excellent. I've had some problems with my mic recently. Be a bit closer just in case. Is it quiet or normal? Whatever normal is. Hey, sequence. Cool. All right. Let's hope it stays that way. Today's going to be interesting. Let's get an announcement out. And we're good. So last night I got okay. So just a bit of background. This AI is Oh, I need to send one more quick shout out, guys. Sorry. Hey, Da, Pelican, how goes? Just put a couple of shout-outs here. I do have a couple of my students joining me because they're really interested in seeing how this AI performs. So there might be some fresh faces here. Yeah. Get pictures up. So yeah, also a bit of a background. I got accepted to the technical preview stage 4 of GitHub Copilot, which is an AI pair programmer, as they sell it, that takes auto completion of code to kind of like stratospheric levels. It's a little bit crazy. Last night I made a game of Pong in Unity, and all my contribution was the UI and comments. It took an hour and 50 minutes, which is about how long I think it would have taken me to do. And I'm not going to dump this thing on as ironic as beautiful as it would be. I'm not going to jump straight back into the AI code I've been working on, even though I'm bringing AI to the party, which would be kind of cool. I need to trial this thing. It's effectively an interview, to be honest with you. Basically, hey Richard, how's it going, man? It's basically an interview. I'm interviewing an AI to be my co-programmer for this project. It's a pretty straight. So I'm wearing a tie. Don't know how to tie kicking around for my Halloween costume, but getting formal. But yeah, I'm using. Unfortunately, it's only the AI only works right now in Visual Studio Code. I normally use JetBrains Writer as my IDE, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm a little bit clunky and slow. I do have a cheat sheet here I printed out to help me out a little bit. And one thing I have discovered of working with this AI over the past couple of days, you can easily get distracted and blinded by its suggestions and how just it's easy to get distracted by this thing because it's incredible what it does. So I have a firm game plan here. I've got like 5 pages of notes exactly what I plan to do, and I'm gonna try to stick to it and see how well the AI keeps up. I'll show you quickly a system I got. Today is sponsored by I think this is some filthy drum and bass. It'll do. So the honey, I'm using this thing called the Honey Hex Framework. Whether it ends up in the final game or not, I'm not sure. But I'll give you a quick demo of it. It's a really good start. It'll need to be texturing and reskinning and all our own art and everything. But this is kind of what it looks like. Generates a world, and it's a hex map. So this is kind of how we plan to. How do you see that? How we plan our map to look moving around the world. So this has got its own ideas now how it creates the world, and I don't plan on using it for anything but rendering. So I've not used the system a lot, so it's gonna be a learning experience there for me as well, and how the whole thing works. I know it has like fog of war and a bunch of good stuff like that, but my basic plan to generate the world is going to be creating basically texture maps or heat maps, if you will, for different aspects of the terrain in the world. So one might be a black and white texture map of, is it land, is it ocean, or water. So then I can create another map, which is little hot spots where there might be encampments like villages, towns, cities. And then I could use the black and white land water map that I created to mask that, so you don't end up with a filter, if you will, so you don't end up with like towns and villages out of the ocean, which maybe we want for now. And then I'll hopefully the AI can. This is where the AI I think will be able to help me out quite a lot. Is we'll see is connecting the encampments with road systems. Anyway, I've got a design here. I'm going to flow with it, see how far we get. Should be pretty interesting. Definitely not a usual stream, so we'll see how it goes. Just want to check out. So yeah, again, I'm using Visual Studio Code. Pretty new to me. Not going to be anywhere near as fast as I normally am. Hey, Jano. Jano. I can't. Jano? Okay. I'm rubbish with names. And by the way, if you're one of my students, just give me a shout out so I know who's who. I've invited a few of my students. My favorites. No, I've invited some of my students who I think might. Hey, Andrew. How's it going, mate? Yeah, I thought I'd invite a few people who might find this interesting. Hopefully it is. So, I have. I'm trying to. What I'm trying to decide right now is whether to bring. So, how this AI works. I thought I knew the limitations of this AI. Reading everything about it, I kind of understand how these AIs work. I'm already on the beta for GPT-3, which is a text prediction AI. I've used Codex, which is another more code-based one. But this thing kind of blew me away. Like it's the other ones were kind of like cool. This one's like I'm a little bit not concerned for my job, but anybody who's a programmer when this is released, if they don't employ it and use it, then they're gonna become a dinosaur fucking quickly. So hopefully it passes the interview. I'm gonna call it an interview because otherwise the demo got like I'm nervous because like this thing can we'll see how it pans out. So all right, let's just pretend this is a normal dev session. I'm just wearing a tie. All right, first step is what do I want to do here? What do I want to do? Blank, completely blank here. I want this thing works. See immediately you can see the second it's immediately suggesting things. This is one of the problems with this AI. Hey, Ninetales, how's it going? Glad you can make it. You can see here the AI is already thinks it knows what I'm doing. And it's really easy to get like AI blink. I don't know if I'm gonna have to start coining terms for this shit, but like AI blinkers, and it's easy to fall into let the AI actually ends up driving the whole thing, and you might not end up where you want it to be. So that's why I have some pretty detailed notes. Can try to stick to my design and not let the AI like drag me off in a different direction. Technical interviews. Let me know if you want to do a sit down and run through some of the Blackboard test type stuff. I'm doing that. Hey Lee, how's it going? I mean, I'm doing that for a few of my ex students, um, and it helps build pair programming that. All right, glad you can make it, Lee. All right, so where to start? Try not to let the AI drag me away. So my plan here, I'll start with the basics. I know if anybody just joined, this is a system. This is a Unity asset I got a long time ago. It's a hex map generation system. It's really pretty. It's beautiful. Um, but it still relies on data. So before I start integrating with this, I want to start getting more of the data side generated. And how I plan on doing that is through heat maps. So generating. Okay, let's just go with it. So see, the suggestions of things that's coming up with is so easy. All I have to do is hit tab and it'll start going. You have to keep focused because it will. Hey, COVID. I have to keep focused because it can easily drag you in directions. It takes a steady mind, as I've learned. Well, I did make a game of Pong in an hour and 50 minutes yet last night using nothing but comments. It did everything else. Oh, and I made the UI obviously in Unity because it doesn't operate in Unity's world right now. So how this AI works is it can't read from other files currently, although I'm slightly skeptical of that. According to their marketing, it can't read between files. That's will eventually come along. It just looks at the current file. But as soon as you correct it and say, no, actually I prefer to do it this way, it immediately knows and will roll with that. It also mimics your commenting style, coding style, everything. The second you show it how you prefer to, like it already sees here, I've got an underscore world for private here, and it's totally wants to roll with that. But let's talk what it'll do. Here we go. So I want to start with to generate. So hard to ignore this. A black and white. You have to be overly specific in your comments because that's what it operates on. Also, doesn't give a shit about spelling mistakes. Turns out. So I have to be. Normally my comments are in plain English, but with this to make this thing work, you have to be a bit more specific and introduce coding terms into it. Black and white texture with. So this is what I'm saying. Width and height. I would normally never put this in a comment, but this is how it. And store it in. I'll just let it go with this. So first thing it's done is it's ignored the height and width, but this is where you have to work with it. Like the one thing you can't. If you expect it to just like hand it to you on a platter, you won't get very far. But second you start helping it, it gets really powerful. Again, I'm using a new IDE, so I'm still not. My coding style is gonna be kind of all over the place. So this is gonna have to. I'm gonna put this in a brand new scene, and I'll bring in that whole framework, the Honey framework. Make sure your auto settings are set up in Discord correctly. Can you not hear me? Can anybody else hear me? Someone said I was coming through. Okay. Okay, check your output settings. Well, yeah, you guys already, you got it. Thanks for that. So I do have this map. I'm not going to use that scene. I've got another scene here which is totally blank. I'm going to roll with that for now. So pulling out what did I call it? Actually, I'll just disable these for now. So we're gonna need some basics here. I'm not sure how this is gonna render yet. I don't really want to make my own hex rendering system. That's kind of what this whole thing is for. So, but then again, who knows what AI can come up with for me? All I know is it doesn't work in it can't work with me in Unity. So let's go. So this will be. I want a system for this. I want a system for this. So start world generation coroutines. Yeah, I would never put coroutine in a comment, but that's what it knows. And also, I'm not using Rider, so I have to manually do stuff I don't normally have to manually do, like this right here at, in the world. I don't have I don't have, okay. Ah, again, it's so easy to get carried away because I can see immediately what it's done here. It's starting to, it knows I'm using a texture and it's starting to, it knows I'm in a coroutine and it's starting to already come up with its own plans. So generate world, what's this problem? But yeah, it's not yet no clear paths. So this is going to be in stages. So I could use my sequence system, but I'll probably integrate that back in later. So for each, I'm still learning how to communicate with this AI. It very much is like you're talking to somebody who doesn't speak exactly the same language. Stage, each stage of in the world generation. Again, you give it some help. It starts to work with you very quickly. You don't just like straight up start using its suggestions. It needs more information. So we'll make a new class called generation stage. Yeah, that'll work for now. I'll make a new one of those. Some of this is autocomplete, some of it's I can't even tell. Some of it's autocomplete, some of it's not. So I'll make a new class here. Make that public. In this stage, we'll have yep, ignore the AI. It's already ahead of me here. How many people here are programmers? I know if my students here are. How many programmers? Hey Joseph, how's it going, mate? How do you make it? Any programmers in the room? Prepare to be a little bit alarmed about your potential future. I was anyway. I'm not normally speechless, but when I first started playing this thing, you haven't seen anything yet. Once it starts to get context, it gets crazy. So we don't need an update. Generating the world's code paths. So we have generation stages. I'm trying to follow my notes because the AI will totally run off with me if I don't. So each stage is going to be kind of have a name, I guess. I'm using publics right now because I don't have autocomplete for like serializable stuff. I guess I do. This is going to want to be something I can define. So this will be serializable. It also will not interrupt you. The AI will not interrupt you in naming things. If you're in the middle of naming something, it won't interrupt you, which is nice. Because nice sometimes, but also sometimes I wish it would step in. So we're on private. I guess we'll call this give it a name so we can at least debug this thing. Give it a constructor. So constructor. You don't have to, this is where I was really you see like that saved me some time. Seed, no, that'll probably come from somewhere else. It leads you. It tries to like lead you in different directions that it thinks is the right idea. But you have to stay strong. Okay, so what does this stage do? It's going to be creating. I want this to create a texture effectively, which I'll be using to mask previous stages. So this is generation, probably the wrong name. I would say map gener maybe map layer. Like everything you give it, naming is incredibly important here because you give it, and it even looks at the file name. It knows it's insinuating from everything you use. So the naming is even more important than usual. So this would be map, just by using the word heat map. World. What I name this is going to dictate what the AI thinks what I'm trying to do. This is supposed to represent a layer that I can use to mask other layers. So for instance, the world, the water, and land thing. So this would be a world, not world map. That would be useless. That would lead it in the wrong direction. It needs to be world. I'm gonna go with heat map. See how. Let's go with heat map. See how it feels about that, because it's gonna know. It's been trained on billions of lines of code from GitHub. This is why Microsoft bought GitHub for 1.2, 1.3, 1. Whatever $billion. This is where we are now because of that. It's been trained on all the public code repositories with 5 stars or higher, or 5 stars in GitHub. So it's also not been trained specifically on C# or Unity. It's mostly been Python, JavaScript, all the web stuff. This is not its forte, but trust me, it still performs. So we're going to need some kind of a noise function. Probably going to be an enum. Yeah, so some kind of noise function, which it's happy to. Now this is when I immediately need to start. You'll notice I just changed that to an underscore, and now if I ask it to redo this, it's immediately match my naming standards. So noise function is going to be some kind of an enum. I'll do this manually. Probably will be public enum noise. It's also very tempting to like just wait to see what it comes up with. Noise function. So I'm thinking like Perlin noise, just static. Oh no, that's the first thing I gotta break a habit. Don't put semicolons there. Noise function. So I'll call it static. Perlin. This is interesting. What else it comes up with? Perlin fractal. Simplex. These are legitimate noise functions, and it probably knows how to implement every goddamn one of them. So I've given it even more context, which is terrifying, because it knows how to implement every single one of these. I don't have to look that up. I don't have to wiki it. I don't have to go to Stack Overflow. It will do it for me. It's the reason it knows these names exist. It knows how to implement them. So, oh god, let's try the constructor again. Noise function. I probably want to have width and height in this thing. Yeah, because I do want kind of a resolution. So I'll come up with the int width, which will immediately guess height, because of course it does. Scale. Right? Can you see the time saving already? It's great. So now these heat maps, I want to make this probably an array so I can specify these in Unity. So guys, fields. Let's be consistent here. I'm hoping that's not be consistent. It'll start helping me out better. Probably it already isn't. And I normally keep that down there. So setting the generation of the world, don't need this anymore. So now we have this generation stages thing now. Like, this is where I would come back here and rephrase the comment. Create generate a texture. This is where it starts to get scary, because this is completely workable, what it just created. And all I have to do is tweak it. So as long as I keep keep with it, you can see everything that's not been defined. So this I should be able to. Now, if I was in Rider, I'd be able to wrap this instantly, which sucks. The Rider, I would just type width, and it would immediately create a property for me. Unfortunately, it's not going to. All right, I can try commenting. Great. Properties for the heat map. Yep. And there we go. These functions already declared, yeah. Bring this guy out. What's world? No. Voice function is fine. Yeah. You didn't see nothing yet, Mercurial. Oh, welcome, by the way, Mercurial. Didn't see you come in there. You didn't see nothing yet. This thing's mad. So it's going through the stages. You have to take a step back each time. The reason I'm describing every step in like details, I'm still trying to figure out how to work with this thing. It's incredibly powerful, but right for each pixel. So if I change this, for instance, to a var, because I do prefer vars, and then immediately let it recreate, it'll do the same thing using var. So I thought I was a fast programmer, but nope, really not. So I think these I'm probably going to want a dictionary of noise functions so they can be independent classes, and I'll have a base class for those. That will live in. I want to put that in a. I will eventually start moving these out into different classes. Oops. Oh god. I just unleashed the. I'm still getting used to the. I mean, I can move these out into different classes easily enough, different files. But because the AI needs the same. It only operates on the theoretically only operates in the one file you're in. It's beneficial at the moment to keep everything in like living in one place, and then you break it out later. But then once you're breaking it out, if you've got enough use cases in the same file, it doesn't really make a fucking difference to it. All right, what am I doing here? I need some actual generation. So I'm gonna need a dictionary for the world generation. I'll need let's get a chance. Let's get a dictionary of noise functions. That's probably not enough for it to work with. I can also cycle through different stuff up to 10. Doesn't always generate 10 suggestions. This is like, and quite often it's just not specifically, it's not specific or comment enough. Dictionary of noise function generating class objects. Again, it goes against my better judgment. Yeah. See, this is exactly what I was looking for. It goes against my better judgment to put things like function and object in my comments, but that's kind of how this thing rolls. So now it's like, hey, yeah, you want a noise generator? I'm like, damn, sure I do. So I'll keep it in the same file for now. This one will be a base class, so I'll make it. There's also a few bugs I noticed. It likes to add extra semicolon curly braces sometimes. This one is matching to what? Okay, hang on, let me grab got a cheat sheet here. I'm not used to VS Code, not in the same way as Writer, so I wanted to. This is a way of formatting the document. Shift Alt F. It should sort out my Alt F. There we go. So that's sorted out my indentation. So this one I want to be an abstract. Public abstract noise generator. This one I also want to be serializable. And fuck me. You have to excuse my French. When it does things like this, it's not so much most of this I'm interested in, but that last line. That last line is exactly what I was aiming for. Sure. Yeah, this is the thing it does. It has a habit of adding an extra semicolon in the end. It's a bug, I think, in its integration with Visual Studio Code. So now I have to kind of like reel it back a little bit. This does make sense. In fact, it all makes entire sense. You notice something here? It immediately notices I wanted serializable fields. It immediately noticed that it wants me to have properties to back those up, just because I did it up here. Even the comment style matches. It got to the point when I was working with this for the first time, I had to start commenting, like, at the beginning here, it's like, / AI, but then that would start to confuse the AI. Just so I know that what I wrote and what I didn't. I'm not going to do that yet because it does confuse the AI. Alright, so we have a noise generator. This one I'm going to try putting this into another file. Move type to a new file. So I want to see if I don't think it looks between files. We'll see. So I've changed my mind. I want to have noise generators. So now let's see what it thinks about all of this based on the fact I just made noise generators. Yep. There you go. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it doesn't know this is an abstract. Fair enough. So what it's actually going to need to do is, let's give it another chance. Let's give it another chance. Based on the noise function. So I'm gonna be more specific in terms here. Create a new noise generator using a factory. I would never put this in a comment, but that's kind of what it recognizes pattern names based on that. So there we go. It's decided exactly what I would have planned on doing and making a factory, which is put somewhere. Did you go? Oh, there you are. This could completely be a static. So again, I would never put static in a comment. It's not really true made a difference to this, except it totally has. Because it's assumed, yeah, it's seen. So I need to, again, all I have to do is correct it. It ends up forcing like good habits on you that are really kind of annoying. Like, damn it, I should have known that. I'll keep it in the same file for now. God, if I could mix this thing with Rider, I'd be coding like the goddamn wind. So this is going to probably have, I'm not sure this is the right way. No, this factory will probably be, no, this can probably live in, I got stop. Mercurial. To be fair, like you've been saying, it takes some reining in to focus who you want. I'm in two minds about that. I think you're correct. I like to consider myself a senior developer. I've been coding for a long time. It's basing its generation on my code and how I describe it. The fact I know pattern names and can create a comment that steers it in the right direction comes from my experience. But also, this could be in a completely different goddamn language right now, and it would make a difference to the AI. It could be in R or Ruby, or it doesn't matter. As long as my comments are accurate, I know how to actually comment in that language. I don't need to know. I don't need to know the languages anymore. I think it's going to create a new breed. So I'll just give you some commentary along with this thing because I'm still trying to figure this shit out myself. It's kind of a game changer. I think it's going to create a new breed of programmer, and that will be a programmer who can get stuff done but has no goddamn clue how it works. They just roll with the AI, and that breed of programmer right now would be fairly useless. Comment programmer, yeah. I'm trying to coin terms for this stuff, so I can be like, see if any of them stick. The one thing I have noticed, and I call it AI blindness or AI blinkers, more accurately, is the AI will. It's so easy. Maybe this is somewhat the novelty of it right now, but I don't think the novelty is going to wear off anytime soon because it's improving at an exponential rate. So you have to, like, the AI blinkers are a real thing. I think that and me fucking yammering on about AI. Let me actually do some coding. I can't help but provide some commentary here because it's shaken me as a programmer a little bit. Let's check this thing. Yeah, okay. So I don't think I need a whole blown factory for this. I think these generators should probably themselves be mono behaviors. So I can actually create several of them. I'll start with something simple. So, holy shit. Okay, this is its suggestion. Shall we see how it goes with this? I'm a little concerned. This is something it does a lot here. It gets kind of caught up in documenting itself. You have to break it. You kind of like to kind of snap it out of it by saying, "Look, dude, I want a class." At that point, or I want a public class. You kind of have to snap it out of its. It gets into loops because it is a text generation system, and oh my god. So, by the way, the reason it stopped there and didn't go any further is because it had a certain amount of it can only generate a certain amount. This is running on a server farm full of mad GPUs. I have no idea how much it's going to cost when this thing's released. All I know is any professional programmer cannot afford or risk not to have this tool in the tool belt. You will be left severely behind and become a dinosaur fucking quickly. So, okay, I've done Perlin noise generation, but this is using terminology I'm not familiar with. So I got to be real careful here that I don't get lost and don't understand what my code actually means. So it ends up teaching you stuff really quickly. But if you're not willing to learn what it's showing you, then you'll have no idea how your code works. So I don't even know how to pronounce this. Lacinarity, lacinarity, gap or lake, specialized patterns, fractals, fill space. So is this to do with, like, if I don't understand this, then I will never be able to debug it. So it's kind of cruel actually in a way. I'm like, it's implementing something for me, and then I'm learning it. Totally the opposite is normal. Here we go. Right. So it's kind of like how much of an arpeggio it looks like. How sparse are the little islands of noise. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. What if I give it a default value? What would it think? What would it think? It doesn't like getting in the way of naming. It's also gone straight in with the bass and width. So it's got octaves. Octaves I am familiar with, although I'm dealing with Perlin noise, so Perlin octaves. They're probably all going to end up learning something to their octaves. Yeah, octaves are like how many detail layers adds. Keeps adding. This is a good example. Now that's like probably 1 octave, 2 octaves, 3 octaves. You can see it adds more and more complex detail. For some stuff, this is enough. In fact, for what I'll probably be doing is creating an island and clamping the values between if it's anything greater than 50% brightness or like half gray, it'll make it white. If it's less, black. So I've got a mask basically. But then I want to also apply a very, very low tiling noise map over that to create like an island. So you layer these on top of each other to end up. This is terrain generation effectively, and I've done a bunch of that in the past, luckily. So frequency and amplitude. And you're gonna need to visualize this pretty quickly, and I'm really, really excited to see how it's like I don't even know. So this is Unity. It says it's not trained on Unity, but this is a straight up Unity thing. X and Y uses the amplitude. Okay, what does it mean by persistence in terms of Berlin noise? I need to know what I'm looking. I need to understand this. It's gonna be really easy to get carried away and not have a fucking clue. P. Okay, I think what the easiest way is I'm gonna ask the AI to make me literally make me a UI to debug this and see if it can handle it. You'll notice too, it respects the fact that I like to space out logical chunks with an extra space. So if I put an extra, if I go there, it won't suggest anything. The second I put an extra space, it's like, yep, now you're ready. So there's a Perlin noise generator. That probably would have taken me half an hour, 45 minutes. Not gonna lie. I've done Perlin noise generation before, but I've never dealt with terminology like this. So like there's a certain degree of research that goes into these two things specifically. These two, the other ones are pretty simple, but these two are incredibly useful, and here it is. Right, something got changed here. This is where it cut off. Is this another term? It cut off when it reaches its limit of how far it can project forward. It can kind of lose itself. So, and this is where the danger lies. I don't know what it was trying to do with this. So I can be just like I can just roll with it, or I can at least try to understand what it's doing. And it was trying to something S and E. I'm assuming it was getting to there. I must have meant this. So I need to see an implementation of it. Otherwise, I'm not. Oh, Minecraft, hi. If I don't see an implementation of it, then I don't know if it's doing the right thing. Especially since it got cut off halfway through its prediction. I need to see an implementation to know it's doing the right things. Okay, here we go. So amplitude times persistence, right? So it got cut off doing what I thought it was going to do. And this is what's missing. The result isn't divided by the amplitude. So you have to keep an eye on it. For each octave, noise, whatever, times amplitude here, divided by total amplitude. Okay, so this should be pretty straightforward. In fact, it might even keep track of the total amplitude. So this is going to be so it can normalize it, I'm assuming. So if I just like nuke this, you have to be really willing to nuke things too. So now it's keeping track of the amplitude, and it probably will come up with normalize it and then return it. So if you don't keep, you have to follow along or you're screwed. Because good luck debugging it if you don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, it's Ninetales. It's like I was left totally fucking speechless the first time I messed with this. Because I worked with GPT-3, I worked with Codex, and this is even based on Codex, so I understand. But this is something else. This is like somebody else in the room. Not only is it finishing my sentences, it's finishing my thoughts. You want to see something absolutely amazing? Just a detour for a second here. Different project completely. Is anybody familiar with TDD programming, test-driven development? It's boring as fuck if you're not into that kind of thing. But I was messing around with seeing if it can do TDD. And I'll show you what I came up with. The reason this is taking a while is I've discovered that with a team GitHub account, which I just created my own organization called More Research Required, and you pay a little bit more money, you get something called code spaces, which is basically, this is now completely on the web, running on a machine on the web. So I wrote, I'll show you it happen again. It's just something else. So this is literally the comment I wrote. Unit test a calculator class that adds, subtracts, multiplies, and divides an array of numbers. And just to make it different, we'll call it 3 numbers, just to make it different. So it's going to create unit tests for this. I did have to get it started last time. I needed to poke it with Jasmine. No, sorry, describe. Yeah, describe. So having a little bit of domain knowledge helps, and then boom. Okay. It didn't like my 3 numbers. It provides any number of numbers. You don't even have to finish it. So go with the describe. And this is, remember, this is just creating unit tests. This is not. Okay, it's gone with just 2 numbers. I think I preferred my array. I could probably be more descriptive in my comment there. That would have helped a lot. So it's writing tests for something that doesn't exist. Can add an array of numbers. 1, 2, and 3 should equal 6. Subtract, multiply, divide. It's created the whole mock-up and framework. And what I did next was this. Implement a class that satisfies the above tests. And then I started with class. It's doing it completely differently than it did last time. This is AI TDD. Yeah, it doesn't give a shit about my spelling. And it's done. And now we just move that into a test thing, run the test, and it would work. This is a completely different approach it took than last time. Last time I went with this. But an actual reduce is way more efficient and easier to read. So it can do that. It can do TDD. All right, so we have a noise value. I do want to visualize this sooner rather than later, so I'm not just hissing in the wind here. So we have a noise generator, and that is not abstract, and it's a noise generator, which is a model behavior. So therefore, the world generation is going to have a bunch of noise generators. Oh God. Probably gonna have to want to use. Does it know about? Does it know about? Here's a trick. Does it know about assets like serialized mono behavior? It does, which means it knows about Odin. Amazing. So I'm not worrying about this right now. I'm gonna comment that out. I shall comment this whole generate. I'll comment all this stuff. I want to see that I need to see something in Unity. Oh, no you don't. Fucking spaces? No thank you. Tabs. I get a bit militant about that. Dude, you do not convert everything to tabs. Tabs. Four. There we go. Apparently, I'm not listening to my music hard enough to stop me. I feel like something was lost here. Nope. So when you completely focus on your own work, there we go. It's really easy to, like, if you stay focused, but the AI just drags you all over the place. It's such a weird feeling. I'm just gonna have a piss, guys, and a quick cigarette. I'll be right back. Don't let the AI take over the world when I'm gone, please. Right. All right. Let's still throw some algorithms at this thing in a minute. So it's got a Perlin noise generator. I made that a noise generator, which is a mono behavior, which means I can give it width and height. It shouldn't really need width and height because, well, it should need to serialize width and height. And I probably don't need to read that, but I'll leave that in for now. And this implements the abstract override float get noise value. I want to see this on screen. So world generation, again, I'm going to comment this out for now. So I want to see, all right, I want to be able to test this thing. So let's see how well it does with this. Yeah, doesn't interrupt your, yeah, so, don't get distracted, don't get distracted, okay. And I'm going to comment this, if query layout button generate Merlin noise, just to see what's, oops, just to see how it rolls with this. So create a new, Merlin noise new texture. No, it's just create a new texture, new texture with the specified heights and widths. Okay, try that for me. And generate build the texture with Merlin noise. Okay, I need more specific here because again, it can't read between files yet. In noise generators. Wow. It's even gone ahead and put color on it. I mean, it's got noise value, noise value, noise value, but that's fine. Just replace it. Min color. Wait, so I have color. Sorry. No, that's correct. Jesus. Jesus. This is what it does. It catches you. That's completely correct. Because it's making a grayscale map. Get noise, it doesn't know that it's called get noise value. Can't read cross files yet. That's, it didn't know any better. And now I want to apply. Sure. What do you got in mind? Wow. I wouldn't even have thought of doing that. Okay. That's only going to draw for one frame though, so I don't actually want that. I want a render texture. Render texture to, yeah. And then I'll put that on a sprite. So now, heat map's kind of the wrong word here. Let's call it the noise visual. Noise visualization. Yeah, noise visualizer, why not? So we need a render texture, and now apply to the render texture, And discard contents. Interesting. That's a real thing. Huh. Don't think it's what I want. Let's see what else it has to offer. Well, I mean, again, like it makes you lazy. You have to not let you be lazy. As soon as you start 5 pixels, I know is a thing. Set pixels. Not set pixels. Render texture dot. The actual IntelliSense isn't quite as good as, say, Rider. So Google, yep. Unity texture. I kind of expect it to be everywhere now once you start using it. Expect it to be in every application you use. I know there's set pixels. I know you have to apply. Maybe it's just set pixels. Yep, again, it's not known. Like it needs the noise value. Probably going to apply the texture. Yep. Oh wait. So that has to happen to the texture itself. Apply the texture pixels. There we go. And it will already be this texture which I've just created. Apply the texture. Doesn't give a shit about spelling too, so we did like that. Wow, graphic split. Would have not. Well, shit. I completely forgot that method existed. All right. So now let's test this fucker. So we'll have a camera. We'll have the UI with a image in it. Actually, a raw image. What's the noise? Visualizer. It came up with a name. That's my image. So I need a new render texture. I'm probably gonna. What the hell am I gonna put this? Materials. It's usually because it's hands-on Unity, man. This thing is gonna be nuts. Hello, Haxel. Welcome. Welcome to me being placed by our new robot overlords. Render texture, noise, visualization. Can't spell. So on here, we'll throw on our texture. How big was that thing? Oh, I did that. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Now, did I actually apply the generator to anything? I didn't. So world generator. OCD generation. Width will go the same height as the, wait, where's my render texture size? Let's go 512 for now. It's probably be a lot lower than that. But I actually do want very coarse. And the noise visualizer private. Render texture, it's not a different definition for this. Oh, it's using the noise visualizer. I don't want that. I want the generator. Wait. I've already done this. Sorry, this is repeating itself. So I've already set the texture stuff using the looked up generator, which I need to create in the scene. So I don't actually need that at all. And now I need to add this noise generator, that noise generator. So our Odin should come in useful. There we go. So generation steps aren't important right now, I don't think. That's the heat map thing. I'm gonna need to rename this to something. Generation step stage. Yeah, that's better. So I got my stages. This one, Berlin. No, actually, no, I want this to be the landmass. About Perlin, so when it exists right now. Now this generator needs to be created, so I'll make it a serializable dictionary of Perlin, and the noise generator will be, I guess, I'll make this in a subclass. So to be Perlin. Perlin's not detecting. Is anybody impressed yet? Public abstract serializable doesn't need to be serializable. Doesn't be serializable. Noise generator. It's not finding that as a legitimate as a mono behavior. Where did it put it? Oh, because it's not its own file. Yeah, my bad. It needs to be its own file. Because it's Unity. And I'm also used to writer saving all my files for me. So now we have our Perlin noise generator. Absolutely no idea what good values these would be. So we'll do our usual trick and make everything one. Now this can have the noise generators. So I'll make a new noise generator for the noise. Okay, this is going to have to be separate objects. Berlin. Move this guy over onto that. This is kind of like different than I would normally lay things out. So Perlin will use this. Now we have Perlin noise generator. We set up our render texture for the noise visualization, and we test it. He's not present, and it's trying to find generators. Okay, these generators are by noise function. Didn't find one called Perlin because it's not serializing that. Logical noise generators. How flexible it is. So the one thing I don't like it that does, but it's easily correctable. It doesn't use interpolation strings right off the bat, but you just have to correct it once, and then at least per file, and it won't do that concatenation anymore. And if you remove those two, it immediately realizes that you don't care about brackets around just one-liners. Oh, wait, noise generators is not serializing. Is that to be a serializable dictionary? No, that's not how this works. Odin serialize Odin. Hang on a second. Odin Unity serialize dictionary. That's why it's losing it every time. It's not serializing. Public. I know public works, but I don't want to use public. I want to use their. I'm going to use the Odin's serialized debugger type world generation. Noise generators will be serialized by Odin. Can seem to be saving it. Oh wow, I found it in the scene. That's good. Add. Save. Now I gotta keep my eye on this because it might be resetting. Yep, it's resetting when I hit play. Let's not have an empty goddamn thing there. Perlin, add, save. Keep an eye on it. Resetting still. It's not how. I think if I make this public, it'll work. It's not the way I prefer to do it. Or everything here has to be serializable as well. Slowly get the hang of, yeah, this needs to be serializable as well as the Perlin noise one. But by extension, it already is. I don't need this anymore. Perlin, add, save, run. Still not serializing it. What if I make it new here? Odin still trips me up. Not gonna lie. Still fucking. Is a serialized scriptable object. Oh no, serialized. It is a serialized mono behavior. So there's no reason that shouldn't be serialized. Except there's a horrible nuance with Odin in that it's possibly already serialized to this object. I have to remove it. More than that, actually, I have to just create a new one. Careful when you're changing up your. You change how something's serialized. Behind the scenes, it's still potentially serialized. So call this landmass noise function. I guess I'm not really using the noise. Yeah, I'm using the noise function. So width by 12 by 12. Create. Okay, I was using a serialized dictionary. We're going to use a normal dictionary this time. Okay, that's stuck. Invalid width 0, 0. So like Perlin generators. Oh, here. 12. 12. Key not in the dictionary. Noise generators. Perlin. Oh, I shouldn't change the key there. My bad. All right, that seemed to create something, but not visible. Oh, it doesn't have a material. Defaults. Sprites default. Media material. Default material. Let's try that. Where did that color come from? I remember that again. So no errors. Applies that, blitz it to the render texture, which is what I'm using here. Enable bitmaps. This bit's just the fiddly bit of getting your material set up to work properly. Oh god. Let's apply a normal material to this and see what happens. Yeah, so. Oh, shit, I forgot. Render textures also need material. My bad. You can just, well, yeah, they don't need one necessarily. Yeah. Materials, world generation. Let's consolidate this a bit here. Make a new material for the noise visualization. So you guys wait until I get to the point where I'm throwing some real algorithms at it. It shouldn't need that. Missing shadow and height. Okay, yeah, it does not like the fact that I should not need to use material there. This is a raw image, right? Raw image doesn't need a material. The fuck is world oven? Where did you come from? Or where these errors came from? Yeah, I got a world oven from somewhere. That must be something to do with oven suggests baking, suggests part of the honey hex map thing. I'm wondering if this UV rect is. No, CO1 should be fine. Alright, hold a second. Unity, Berlin, noise, render, texture. I'm missing a step here. I don't use render textures a hell of a lot, to be honest with you. So let's see what step I'm missing here. Texture creator, mesh. You know what? I think I shouldn't be using UI for this. A canvas for this. I'm not going to use a canvas for this. I'm going to use, I think a better way here is to literally just make a quad. And then I will use the noise for the visualization material for it. And put that somewhere. Like, not in the middle of goddamn nowhere. Pull it back a bit. What's the camera doing? The camera close. So you have a noise visualizer. Need a collider. It could be these numbers completely fucked. These numbers could be complete nonsense. Maybe these are working and it's just creating one black pixel. Well, this tutorial should also hopefully have some nope. I think it's my numbers. So anyway, my math is going over the width and height. Where are these used? X. Okay, here's a good test for the AI. And my noise generator, so my world generation. Actually, I'll do it in here. Methods to display sliders for each field, okay, for property of the noise generator in on field. Oh wow, that saved me some time. These don't actually need to be edited. Oh, that's a good guess. Based on query, yeah. There is no, it's not an override. That was a mistake on its part. Query later. Oh, maybe, no, shit, proven wrong again. The editor is the one that. Yes, yeah, it wasn't wrong. I just didn't import it. So this would be if def Unity editor. Yep. I hate fdefs, but one day I want to build this thing. Def and if. Oh, that's correct. This could be why is it not looking an if def? No, it's if. I'm thinking of C++. My bad. So if I run this thing, now we've got sliders. Okay, it wasn't that. Again, a vertical group on your top right of the screen. Oh yeah, thank you. Screen probably not convert rect to, oh shit. It's not begin group, begin, shit, what is it? I thought it was begin group. Let's try doing this whole thing at once. Sometimes it's faster to let it just do its thing. Also, which was the spinner? Because I can't tell if it's thinking sometimes. Or it's decided to do it one at a time. These are like settings. I'm assuming that you were really too. That should make much difference. Okay. What am I in? Noise generator. Here we go. This will be interesting. If any of the oh wow. Well then. If GUI changed. Luckily I know my Perlin noise generator is a child of the noise generation, so I can just let's just give the AI another go. Using the method. Wait, we'll need to know about the method name. It has no way of doing otherwise. Exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. I'll make this thing public. Let's see if you can handle searching up from here. Generate what? Oh, let's decide to make it static. But we'll roll it and we'll say inside the components and parent. Let's keep playing because it's a method. It is a method. Public void generate. I spelled it wrong. I don't know if I spelled that wrong or it spelled that wrong. Generate Perlin noise doesn't take anything. It instead grabs it from the noise generator itself. So now, whenever I change something, it should regenerate that. Well, it's doing anything right now, but that's next stuff. Let's put a bit of logging in there. Log it is my favorite. Just put log it, and it just figures out what to log. Oh, does it have a spinner? Oh, I didn't notice. Perfect. So it's generating it. It's just I've done something dumb, and I'm not applying my texture properly. I should be able to see the texture actually in here. So this is not working. What if my color format's wrong? Let me check my suffixes. Noise world generation. To generate Perlin noise. I shouldn't be doing this here. This should be returning a texture for me. Use the Perlin. Actually, no. Okay, let's just do this. No. Yeah, it's this one. It is. Use the Perlin noise generator. Let's see how it handles generate a texture. Wow. Okay. But generate noise is not a method that exists. Let's call that generate noise texture. And that will probably want to be a abstract texture 2D. I'll just texture. Public. And now it'll be implemented by here. Oops. This guy down the bottom. This should be able to figure it out, I think. Uh-huh. No, not quite, not quite. It's not looking through the file enough. And generate texture using the texture using the method. Thank you. Oh, it's texture 2D. I guess it has to be texture 2D. That might be enough for it to return. Covariance, that means I already have something called this. No, I don't. Right, this doesn't actually take anything. Or did I? This shouldn't take anything either. Oh yeah, covariant is covariant because it's differs from the abstract implementation. And float to color. It's a base scale color or base pixel. That's a bit wasteful use. Generate a noise value base pixel. Create a color the noise value. Thank you. And that's what we use here. Save me having to comment it. So does that have a spinner? Oh, you're right. This is a spinner. Thank you. Well spotted. Once this thing appears, it's all going to kick off. This is like if anybody's ever worked with like like OpenGL and stuff, like before game engines were a thing, you'll be familiar with the fact that like getting that first pixel on the screen is the hard part. And once you've done that, it's all go. It's definitely not actually populating at that. This should be split. So I'm worried about my my settings. Does the texture is a render texture, so it doesn't need to be read write enabled. Let's try a different one. On a quad. Doobie doobie doo. It's this problem. Mm-hmm. I don't have a light in my scene, I just realized. I'm not sure that's going to be important. I'll make this an unlit. Oh, I just realized I'm also not using URP in my Singleton project. I guess that was a long time ago. Oops. Unlit. Texture. Oops, I wasn't playing really good. I feel like it's going to make a difference, so. Also not sure about these values being generate Perlin noise is no longer, that button isn't necessary anymore. So I can get rid of the this guy. It's being done automatically for me, and whenever I change a value. It'll be the same one, so know what's happening. So over here again, and see what I'm missing up. What's this person's problem? So I've reached the end of my dead. Okay, they got it working. So what's their thing? Noise texture. Oh, I wonder if, and that won't be the case. I create a new noise texture. Where am I now? Oh, new world generation. This whole thing is being done twice. So once I've set all the pixels, I need to apply the changes to the texture, then return it. So now I've got a texture here. More importantly, here. Texture equals that. Don't need any of this anymore. That's texture. We'll get there. It's new texture 2D. Calculates the noise, sets pixels. Always got to set pixels. That's good. I should use that faster. So it's also very easy to assume without reading the code. It's doing what you think it's supposed to be doing. X and Y. Noise value would be Perlin noise. X frequency times Y frequency times the amplitude. Total the amplitude. Increase it by whatever that it means. Again, islandarity. And multiply by persistence. So that's going between, persistence is increasing between, this is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. The way this reads, this is just going to get massive. So let's cheat. Let's return gray every time. So we can narrow it down. Okay, that's not returning gray. This is an unlit material. Let's check if it's something in the material. This is not even close to the AI's problem. This is me not knowing how to fucking use render textures properly. Unity, set pixels, render, texture, quad. Set up a camera. Sets location, orthographic, don't care. Whatever. Create a render texture, your project. Oh, they're using it to render a camera. And then using line render, so that's totally different. That's making a piece of like world space UI. I think that it's a good chance I'm not using render texture right. Once I've applied it to the render texture, which happens up here in world generation, it's using a graphics blitz. I'm not 100% sure about this. I think it might be a better way of doing this. And we'll look it up. Unity copying a texture 2D to a render texture. Why am I even using a render texture again? Yeah, why am I using a render texture again? There's no purpose because it just needs. Yeah, I just need to set this material on this visualizer. No, I use this, but I won't put. I just realized I've not put that in there. Not that it's going to make a difference. It needs to, in the world generation, once I have this texture, I apply the texture to apply the texture. It probably is going to do it right. Snub. Do the, what do I call that thing? I didn't actually reference this. Visualizer is a mesh renderer on world generation. It's called the noise visualizer. Instead of being a rendered texture, we'll have a literally a renderer for noise renderer. Actually, I want to be a noise. I do want to be a noise visualizer, and I'll make it a yeah, a renderer, and then I'll have renderer. I'm gonna do this for myself. Material. I say that. Never mind. Finish it for me anyway. Okay, an error. That's what we want to see. It's not assigned to world generation. The noise visualizer is that renderer. Okay, cool. You got a height 0 and 0, which means the noise texture when it was created had a height. Oh, where's it getting this from? Ah. So wherever I'm calling this. Okay, hang on, I need to do a cheat sheet with. Okay, F shift F12. It's not actually calling a constructor. We shouldn't have a constructor here. It's a fucking mono behavior, idiot. There are no constructors and mono behaviors. Constructors don't have mono behaviors. Like that. It's like what we hoped AI would do. It's like, oh yeah, we admit that. Just sort it out for me. So there's no constructor now. So when I have this list of generators, they need a width and height. They shouldn't though. These shouldn't care about width and height. They're past that in. Oh, you bastard. It's using spaces again. I get militant about that. It's a problem. No suitable. Okay, so that's because the base one needs width and height. Should be actually using the width and height. And this should be called noise texture. So when we call it from here, it passes in the width and height. One step. I'm really intrigued to see what it does with my next plans. All right, now we're cooking. That's because I'm hard coding it to gray. So we're on to something here, finally. Literally not its fault the entire time. Yeah, it's probably just rolling its eyes at me the entire time. Hey guys, check it out. Rolling noise. Neat. So these ranges are far too small. So you change the ranges on these frequencies and stuff. Yeah, so that was entirely my fault the entire time. The AI was not to blame there. I still don't think, even given all that, I still don't think I would have been where I'm at now in the time. How long has it been? An hour and 49 minutes. And I have a noise generator on the screen and the framework to add more ones, which I suspect will be very fast. And especially when I ask it, hey, AI, can you combine these two maps together in one comment? Actually, I might even try to push it even farther than that. So we have generate Perlin noise. We don't need this anymore. Well, we kind of do. This was just for testing. So I do want to be able to. Okay, let's select. Don't even need spelling. Select using a drop down. I love you so much. Look at that. And it's just using generation stages 1. So call that a test generation stage. Or, oh, let's see if we can do that. Test generation. That's text generation. Not that it would give it a shit. Okay, same. So in this case, we'll take in it's supposed to be what? Oh, this won't work. That's not how this works. It doesn't know that. Test noise function, and that spits out to here too. Enum pop-up is also wrong. This is just called pop-up, I think. Lockdown. It's here. I always forget this one. Pop-up, I think. Alright, what's the problem here? GUI layout dot pop-up drop down. Sweet. Fucking give me my drop. There we go. Either an editor GUI layout. I think it might be. Always forget the name of this thing. Enum pop-up. Is it real? Oh, I didn't have editor in there. Easy. This will also. Yeah, sure. Oh, this world is sitting here waiting. That world shouldn't even be here because let's make this just for completeness sake. Let's also make this the editor section. So now we have drop down. Then let's try this out. depending. Oh, let's see where it is with this. Wait, let's give it another hand. Using the noise generators show GUI method. Nice. It's thinking. See, no, that's cute, but it doesn't need to be that. It doesn't need a whole switch for that. It doesn't. It can just. It only actually needs this. It tried. It tried. Did bloody well. Because that will be our test function. Oh, unless. That is a noise function. So wait, dude. That'll be abstract. And sure. Yeah. And I suspect now, if I make this, it's going to know exactly what to do with it. Close, close. Generate, and apply a noise. The noise. You know, it was already right. The noise texture to the noise visualizer. Lovely. And now we don't need this anymore. So we can cycle through all. That's actually generate noise texture. So now I just need this allowed me to add more and more things easily. If that's so, that's only gonna happen when I push the button. See if it works. Probably not. Oh yeah, show GUI. Perlin, you're actually gonna be override. Show GUI. Override void show GUI. Public. I hate internal. It's my bane my existence. Override. Alright. And what I'll do here is, ooh, let's try this. Actually, I'm gonna do this more manually. Action exchanged. Although I have no doubt that it will fill that in for me quite quickly. God damn. It's a little bit wrong. There we go. That's what we have. See? Oh, this thing's. And that needs to take a. Oh, not quite, not quite. Yeah, I could update my comment, but it's gonna get a bit silly. So I'm not going to. I'm going to. Oh, no, it was right. It was completely right. Its comment was wrong. This needs to be generate noise with the test function. So 2 ways of changing it. Nice. See if it works. Or Perlin. Yep, that's fair. It's because I don't have all my generators. Depending on the noise function, if the generator has one. Yeah, there we go, mate. Except this thing wants probably going to complete this for me as well. No, we'll copy that. Gotta give it a break sometimes. Not really a break, but okay. I'm excited to see um, when I actually reliably can do this. I want to see how it maps them together. My whole design here is detailed. This is like the tricky bit. Like the stuff that I've had planned after is like, hey, given the player is at this cell, calculate the fastest path to this cell. Like, oh, it's cell. It's like, well, you make a comment saying a class representing a hex cell with 6 neighbors. And just like the shit that's hard to write. Like, let's see what it does with that if I just do it right now. Class representing a hex cell with 6 neighbors. Wow. It's gone full level generation on me there. So it's six neighboring cells. I mean, I'll get to this bit. Riverbank and shit stuff. It just happens sometimes. This is a side effect of GPT-3 style AIs. It just goes like, it just spins its wheels, man. Same here. That one won't need much pushing in the right direction when I do get to that stage. So let's get this working again. Generate noise. We'll let's take out the apply part. So I can log it. No, so it's reading below. It's the problem. It's been too smart. And they're variable. God, okay, fuck you. It's being too smart. Generate noise texture. Test function. Why is this not working? If I hit generate, it runs it. It says noise visualizer. I'm getting key not present. Then where is it happening? Let's make sure it's still happening. See you, Lee. What is magnetic light ship? Ooh, what we know. Oh. Oh yeah, let's talk about it. Talk about it later, Lee. Thanks for that. What it's called. Yep, so that's not present, but Perlinoid should be. Perlinoid's not, so where's the error happening? We will debug. This is where I really, oh, thank you. This is where I really miss Rider. I have so many, although I'm starting to miss Rider less and less. Like AI just knows. Okay, there we go. So this thing here is not storing. Like I should have spotted that. It's not storing. It's like going to the same thing. So our noise function here, this is not working. But should. This should. Okay, I have to look this up again. Unity editor. On Fury. You want to drop down. Yeah, that's correct. It's not storing it. On GUI, op, public options op, enum op, enum job to create, noise function, test noise function, cast it to the correct thing. Oh god, it's getting late for Lee. Yeah, that makes sense. Lee's in Florida. Static. Curling. I get it. Oh, I think I've seen this before. I think it's there's a reason it's floating over here and it's messing up. That's messed up. Like by clicking over here, it's not assigning it. That sucks. Let's try Radial. See if we can do a Radial menu system. I've never even done this before. Using a radio. Using radio buttons. Never tried this before. Well, shit me. Has it done the grouping on it? Wow. Seriously. Jesus. Yep. So it was a bug. Sweet. So let's do some work on the go now here. This would be the fun part. Let's make another one. What was next on the list? Simplex? Static? That's just gonna be white noise. I don't actually need static. White noise is static, basically. This is where the AI is gonna get fucking crazy, I think. I've solved the fucking human error shit. So the next one on the list would be Perlin Fractal. This is like Wikipedia at this point. So we're gonna have a new noise generator called Perlin Fractal. Let's grab that name, match it. Okay. We do want to keep the abstracts, things like this. All right. I'm honestly, I do know what a Perlin fractal is, but I've never written one, so this is going to be down to the AI at this point. So this definitely seems like it doesn't need to be a fucking. This can come down into the abstract class. That's not. It's doing the same thing. So noise generator can have this dude. Doesn't need to be abstract. The only thing that needs to be abstract is show. The get value itself and the show GUI. Everything else can be handled beneath. Which means Perlin doesn't need any of this anymore. He's the same after all. It's just overriding when it needs to. So these are going to get pretty powerful. Let's see how far I can go with this. give it more hint. Generate a fractal noise. I have to change the variable name, no doubt, the method name. I honestly don't know the difference between fractal purling noise value given x and y coordinates. What does a fractal one look like? It doesn't seem to know either. I know what fractal purling noise looks like. It's got like much more defined ridges. It's basically better. Let's find an implementation of it. Fractal noise. Yeah, this is kind of the kind of shit. Well, this is many layers on top of it. It looks fantastic. Purling noise is very easy. You just have to do an abs, either the final height map or some subset of noise layers, and then it inverts. Okay. Okay, yeah, so this is the difference. See, it has these kind of ridges. So let's see, somebody got scientific papers. Okay, I'm not super surprised it didn't just pull this out of his ass. It's not hella simple. But this would be a unique test of if I give it some of that, can it roll with it? I'm not sure what elements are. There's a lot of technical terms here I'm not familiar with. I'm super curious to see what happens if I just feed this to it. Oops. This is making a whole thing. Okay, you can't. Okay, right. That makes sense. You cannot generate fractal noise with just an x and y coordinate because it is dependent on its neighbors. So I might have to let this thing be give it way more freedom than I'm giving it right now. Like this. Just gonna let it do its thing for a minute. Because I can always adapt it. Now it's getting there. It does get a little confused when it gets cut off. Because it's like it's lost its train of thought kind of thing. And then you really don't know. First of all, it's starting to think I need spaces everywhere. I don't need spaces everywhere. It's looping now. but this is doing neighbor checking. God. I feel like, okay, fractal noise, this one definitely needs to inherit from that one. Because it's going to need, this is not going to help the AI at all, because it has no idea what the hell this is. It's not the same file. But, so anyway, noise value at, so it's using width and height. Yeah, I can't ask this to, unlike Perlin, which you can totally just, Perlin noise under the hood is just, well, actually it also needs to know about its neighbors, but it's being wrapped up. It's being wrapped up in other shit, so we're having to be a bit more. I wonder if I can convert. Maybe you can convert them by like accentuating the peaks. I'm looking forward to Simplex. Simplex is pretty sweet. So this is Perlin noise. It works. We know it works. Fractal Perlin noise. Cash, you got to actually understand it. Oh dear. So this is different because it takes seed, which I don't actually care about, but it is adding it to an octave. I probably don't need that either. This will be base dot get noise value. And the difference is this is taking Perlin noise, just an X and a Y. So this is going to take the texture and it's going to use wrong place. Alright, another problem. I've assumed, yeah, no, this is not going to work. I've told the noise generator that it can do it at a per pixel level. That's not the case. The texture also needs to know about neighbors, so I can't be that smart. But for Perlin noise, you can replace that back in with an override. Abstract, Tensor 2D. Oh, right, abstracts don't have bodies. Oh, fucking semicolon. Oh, idiot. See you, mate. Thanks for tuning in. That's Perlin done again. So now let's give this thing another shot. This also doesn't make it. None of this makes sense anymore because it just doesn't. Give it another go. Thing is, it needs to. It's trying. It really is. But I need to give it. I need to know what it's overriding, which is this. Okay, it already has the with the given parameters. It's just complaining about. Oh yeah, that's fair. No, that's just straight Perlin noise. It's not paying attention to the fractal part. What's this doing? No, that looks like just straight Perlin noise too. Okay, I need to make it more obvious. This is needs to be fractal, so I'm going to cheat a bit and say, hey, generate fractal Perlin noise texture. Doesn't matter if I have to change it after. It's not getting the fractal part, or it simply doesn't have enough training. That one's promising. Let's roll with one of these. This one looks particularly promising because I think still using Perlin. I don't know what it's doing. Oh, it's looping. I'm gonna time box this in a minute, guys, because this isn't really me trolling through me piling through a bunch of different noise maps is not particularly interesting. So I'm going to actually pull this put this aside for a minute because this is not interesting AI stuff necessarily. I'm more interested to see how it handles like what was that cheat again? Format, document, control, shift. There we go. Shift Alt F. And this is all going to be written anyway. Right, so we'll just do a Perlin noise for now. So back in world generation, now we know we can make Perlin noise. Let's actually make it do something like create the world. So let's just if debug mode is on, is editor and playing close enough? So actually, I'll make this. Yeah, like I said, editor UV layout. Ah, there we go. There we go. Oops, that should be, I think, just that. Oh, my bad. That's right. And then we have our debug bars. Because it should be actual fields. There. Now, if debug mode feels so lame without writer. That's better. Here it is. Right. World generation. Let's do it. Generate world. Make it. Very careful. Comments needed. All right. Actually, I have this written down. So, oh, I have all the stages, don't I? These stages look like the name, function, width, height, and I'm going to go with an operation. No, I'm going to do top-down programming with this guy here. So for each stage in the oh, it's getting a bit. I wish there was a way of just like completing the like letter by letter. Because I don't want it to make a giant solution, which is about to. I just kind of want this pit. But there's a lot of usable stuff here. So we've got the noise generator. The world has a width and a height. So create the noise map using the width and height. Properties. Can't find fields. Okay. New noise texture using, what was it called again? Data. What's about to be arguing? It doesn't matter. What was it? That's our noise texture for this stage. Now, depending on the operation, the okay, we want to do first. We want to create the first one. So actually, we want to loop through this in the normal for loop. Yeah, but just not like interrupting me in my middle of my for loop. If this is the first stage, you have to complete your comments too. Like you have to go several stages ahead on the comments. You can't just like comment and then do an if statement. Well, you can, but yeah, I will not help you that much. Create first noise texture. The list of noise textures. Interesting. Not quite what I'm after. Interesting nonetheless. So basically kind of want to have a list up here. Once it knows about this list, well, not even noise at this point. List of textures. It gets so carried away. I mean, A for effort, if I just wanted a list. Well, list of generated maps. So for each of the stages, if this is the first stage, click the first noise texture, and then move on. So maps dot add create noise stage A. It really is still obsessed with these. Oh, they do exist. Let's see, I fucking left those in there for ages. And I had generation stage does still have generation stage is serializable, so it shouldn't have any of this. Well, it needs those, but this is confusing it because it thinks, oh yeah, those are. Well, no, the width and height shouldn't be in the stage. Oh, maybe they should. Maybe they should. Oops. Yep. I know. So add the first create noise texture, which is actually the noise generator, which is actually this stuff. Get the current stage. Yep, that's good. That's what I wanted to do. Yes. That was right. It's right. I interrupted it. Yes. Now, if it's the first stage, I'll give it one more shot at this. It's correct this time, but unfortunately, these don't. Oops, I'll give it a stage. Noise generator. But these still don't. Oh, I took them out. That's why. At what stage? It's seeing the comments, I think. Seeing these comments and thinking they're legitimate thing. This should just be our width and height. Oh, it's super confused by this. Super confused. Look, and that. So it creates the first noise texture. And adds it to the list. Thank you. That's better. God, it still thinks these exist. It still wants us for these to exist. It's because it's got these. It shouldn't have those. But I mean, that's a lot plausible. I don't blame it because it's not thinking to look. It'll learn pretty quickly. It'll learn pretty rapidly. I mean that. Okay, so we add to the list, and then we move on. Log it. Neat. Maps is a texture 2D. Generate the first noise map using stage dot noise function. Right. Now, this is where it's going to be interesting. This is where the algorithm comes in. And this is where I have to write a kick-ass comment. And I got to actually think about this comment. Normally, I don't have to think about my comments, but I got a cigarette back in a minute. Have a piss, cigarette. Think about literally what I'm about to write. Because if I write a perfect comment, it could do the entire algorithm that I have in mind for me. Go back. What I'm actually wanting to do here, I want to, if it's not the first stage, so in subsequent, I can't spell stages. What's it gonna do? I'm curious. It's because no information, so nothing useful. Depending, this is why I need to provide more information for it to work with. The stages themselves are going to have a new thing. Oh, I remember the key line. This is going to have a what's the proper word for it? It's an operation, but it's an operation for additive operation. Operation replied. It's a new enum. No, I can't expect to know this. None. Mask. So there's the only two I can think of right now. Call this operation to apply. Thank you. So depending on the operation to apply, this is where it shines. Switch statement. Let's go. Yeah, it's trying to. Not quite what I wanted though. If it's none, then just create it and add it to the list. Actually, that's exactly what the first stage is going to do. I don't even need this anymore. Yeah, I don't need to do that anymore. That's going to be built into it. So if it's nothing, if none, just create it and add to the list. Generate noise texture. And this one, it's going to generate the noise texture, and it's going to, this is the interesting part, right? So I need some utility functions. Using noise, no, using map utils. Oh wow. Dot mass texture. Oh wow. Oh shit. That's exactly what I wanted to do. It's gonna be a new for the same file, so it gets super confused. Create this thing. Takes two textures. Base texture and apply texture to apply. Right. This is where I need a fancy comment. For each pixel in the first I want to black and white the texture first. So it's the mask texture. So there's one more step here I need to do. Generate that. This would be cool if we can handle this. Clamp the texture, the pixels, the texture, the noise texture to black or white, depending if they are above or below the threshold. Yes. That's what I want. Can you do it? Can you? Can you? Oh, damn. That's awesome, but I want to make that a method. It's exactly what I wanted, but I'm going to try to make it a method. Using map utils dot clamp pixels. Set each pixel to white or black depending on a threshold. Oh, beautiful. God, that's a sign. Now that's where this code comes in. Hey, Jesse. How's it going? I'm just slowly being replaced by an AI. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted. That's crazy. Crazy. Call this threshold. And that's probably going to come from the stage itself. Stage dot threshold. Got to nail it properly. And private threshold. This is probably going to guess what it needs to do. Yep. Too fucking smart. Clamp it. Now mask it. Okay, here we go. So another smart comment, hopefully. Let's see what it wants to do. No, I need to give it something. I need to give it something. For each pixel in the base texture. Oh yeah. This else part. I think he's gonna be able to guess. Yep. Amazing. God. Yeah, we're being AI is taking over. And this needs to actually, I guess no, it needs to copy the base texture. Yeah. And apply this to the result. In the result texture. Working on map generation. Because it's an isolated system. That's not. Actually, no, it was right the first time. I didn't need to touch it. I didn't return it. Oh, I didn't reply it. It's remembering stuff I don't even remember. Fucking hell. Jesus. That's also the case here, I guess. Yep. And this should also do the copy. We paste texture here as well. And it should return this. Right? Well, actually, this should be results. Awesome. Yeah, I knew it was going to shine here. Operation to apply. Oh, I never exposed that. Of course, you know. I think it even looks what's in your clipboard. Not full out of final. Yeah, I didn't finish this one. Break. Probably a default error. Nice. Perfect. So it's doing nothing. It adds it to the list. If it's a mask, generate a noise texture from whatever the noise generator is. Clamp it based on the stage's threshold. And then using mask texture, apply the mask to the previous noise texture. And I don't really need this to be a coroutine right now. I don't. And this will hopefully return the final texture. Generate world. That will be an enumerator. So too much. I want to be here. Get the current stage. Get the generator. Generate the. I want to do this space. I want to visualize what's happening. Generate the noise. Texture. Now this doesn't take threshold. It's starting to think it does, and this is the same problem as before. It doesn't quite understand. Now, this is where I want to visualize it. Visualize the noise texture. Oh, beautiful. Wait for the user to press space. Yep. And then carry on. Actually, I should do that after I've done the first. Yeah, so it'll go through all the different stages of generation, generate the noise texture, visualize it. Oh, it needs to do that after as well. I'll never see anything. And I don't actually need this either because it's happening here. Visualize the most recent map. Awesome. Very cool. I'm gonna see how badly it's broken. Oh, I don't actually have stages set up yet, do I? The first stage is called landmass. Let's put a little bit of yeah, let's put a bit of UI on here. World space, canvas. Where is this guy? Right there. Okay. Up left. Let's center it. Let's stage name for now. And we'll hook it up to world generation. TMP text import. No, don't. Right, it's made a file for no text. Thank you. I got a random file here. Stage name. And when we get to the new stage, update the stage name. Doesn't even need. That's just name. Oh, sorry, that was right. It got this bit. It got this confused with this bit. Stage text. What do I call this thing? Oh, put the wrong on. That's why I got confused. That's why I got confused. No. Oh no, I did the completely the right thing. I put it in the wrong place, and just that was me being an idiot. So I want to see it one stage at a time. Let's just move this down. Here. Right. Here's our map. Stage name, landmass. Okay, it's trying to. Why is it not rendering it? Is it too far close? Too close to it? Right, you see this in 3D. Oh, fuck. Let's put that underneath. There we go. That's better. Landmass. So I should hit space and should continue, but I did not. It did not work. Generating noise map using mask map, base map. If not, while not key down, keep yielding. Oh, this isn't in the what is in the loop? Log of the stage. Leave that down. Specifics to continue. Thank you. I think we found another programmer for the team. That's because I only have one bloody thing in the noise in the generation, don't I? So generation stage 1. This one's not showing on there. That should be showing. That's because my settings were all fucked up, wasn't it? Yep, that was. So these stages are going to be way more complicated than a simple. No, actually, they don't need to be. The noise functions, no, they do. The setting a noise function, what I'll do. Yeah, so let's get rid of the idea, get rid of the concept of noise function. Yeah, and instead we'll have a private noise generator. And the noise function will just return. Oh, God, it's smart. Of course, the noise, this doesn't actually have a type. That's just intrinsic based on, I guess it's going to be in the name. No, we'll add that. We'll add that to this. Yeah, again, can't look between files. So what is this thing? It's the noise function. And the noise function. What's the purpose of that? There's no purpose of that. No, there is a purpose of that. But it shouldn't be. Okay, this should be a show and inspector, but it should not be serializable. So we'll use a serialized monitor behavior. Just comes from Odin. And this will be serialized property or Odin property. Property. Odin. Property. That was a thing. Oh, I'll just looked it up by having this note away. It's cold again. I want to show the inspector, but I don't want this. I don't want to show the inspector. Right. I do want to show the inspector. Because this is actually the noise generator does have a function. Yeah. And then yep. It knew. It knows too much. So now the generators themselves have functions on them. So now that it makes sense to have, yeah, because now the settings are make sense. So this would be the planned maps generator. which will be Perlin noise. Oh, we got a compiler. No doubt in wait, I didn't add this. I must have accidentally added that. Or the AI might have added it, I'm not sure. I don't know where I begin and it ends. All right, so the landmass generator is Perlin noise. You should kind of know this from Perlin noise, but yeah, it doesn't need to do that. It can you can totally get that from just make this an abstract. Yeah, a public abstract property, which is right. It's going to be a get. Now I have to implement that in Perlin noise, so go ahead. And this one's always going to return the same thing. Perlin noise. Noise functions. Keep forgetting it. That was AI. It looks so much like real code. It wasn't AI. So I shouldn't see this anymore. But it will know when it's applying. Get noise function at line 7, 37. So, ooh, right. Noise generator has to be set. Obviously. So the stages now. Here we go. So the stage for landmass is a noise. I don't think I need this whole stages thing anymore. I can just go through this list of rotating, but whatever. Operation to apply, nothing. Threshold is not important. So I can actually hide this. With a show if. I have to get fancy here. I remember how this works. $sign underscore operation equals equals off. Show if operation apply equals mask. Show if this is no showing. Right, this is all in the editor. Odin should be overview. Show inspector. Hide. No. And it was a show if. And then there we go. Show if $sign. Oh, this dot. Gotcha. Like that. Cool. No, wait, I'll take. Stop. Okay. Generation stages. Generation stage. Serialized fields. Show if this operation to apply equals operation to apply that mask. Enable it. Show it. Oh, it looks like enable it's totally different. My bad. I've done this before. I know it does before. It's in code base somewhere. Yeah. Just needs space. And that was a show if, right? Show if. This is like connected keys and shit. This one has to disappear. It's possible it's not serialized. Let's just try something here. Yep, it's not applying over to this stuff. So Odin why this raw class serialized physical class. I did. Okay, yeah. Right. Okay. It's getting overkill for this little problem. I'm not gonna worry about it. It's just a threshold. This is not applicable to this. It doesn't really matter. So point was it the world generation? We have a second layer here. So landmass. I need to be able to see it. So while we're really super cool is if try to make a tool here to generate like random levels and saving out settings. Just saying, fill in fractals, not there's a noise. So it's just layer one. So 8 octaves. No idea what that one does. Amplitude doesn't seem to make a difference either. Although I didn't really. Oh, it's because we're normalizing it after, so we actually won't see a difference there. That's probably like if you have color. This I expect to see something going on here. Oh, we might need more octaves. But that's it. Oh yeah, it needs octaves. That's what happens. You don't understand the math behind it. The whole point though is this one's meant to be super crude, lumpy. And the next one. Okay, I have a good idea here. So this is the first we'll create, let's make more of these. So wait, first get here. We'll make a, assuming we're going with island for now. Island border generator. That's just gonna be a generator that creates a, not Perlin noise, but a gradient generator. In this case, a radial gradient generator. So this radial gradient generator have radial gradient. It's not really a noise function. It's just going to be called a generation function. So radial gradient, which is what this thing will always return. Radial gradient doesn't need anything other than it's going to need a radius. Some kind of blurring factor, like a fall off. What would that be called? We'll blur for now. This is where we see if the AI can get fucking crazy. Generates a radial gradient noise gradient radial black and white grayscale radial gradient texture. Now get noise values that make any sense. The naming of these is incredibly important for the AI. If it has noise in it, it makes huge assumptions. It can't help but do that. But now I've given it a description, it might be able to. Fuck me. Distance between the position and center, clamp between 0. Oh my god, that's perfect. Oh, elegant as fuck too. It's what's so good at it. It's so good at that kind of stuff. You get one good comment and it's like oof, away. That saves me like 10 minutes right there. Well, maybe 5 minutes. Love it. I'm still learning how to communicate with this thing. I'm so glad I got the beta though, because this is gonna be so essential for, like, it should be able to just guess. Like, it just knows. Like this, yeah, and it's like, yep, I'm done. It's just guessing values for me. It doesn't. I mean, the radius, I guess, would be dependent on the width and height, but I haven't fed that in yet, so that's probably going to be a percentage, I guess. So if I change it to a, let's just see how it feels about that. If I change this to a radius percentage, yeah, 0.5, sure. Let's see if we can regenerate this. Oh my god. Not only did it do it, it brought the blur in too. Hang on, let me just think through this math. Distance from the center, cool. The value is an inverse lerp, so 0 to the radius percentage times the size, so distance. The distance isn't normalized though. Is that the only one? Yeah, that's I'm not sure. That one looks. I mean, the beauty is it's super simple to try. One minus the distance divided by the radius percentage clamped between 0 and 1. That looks legitimate. Now I'm not sure about the power for the blur. it doesn't know what I mean by blur other than the name, so it's just kind of like, fuck knows. I'm not even sure. I mean, oh, it's an integer. Fucking hell. That's not gonna help. Yeah, it's still. I'll have to see what that kind of exponent does to it. It's gonna really depend on what the values between. Now I'm gonna let it generate this again, because now it's got a bit more information. 0 to 1. Yep. Slider. Slider for the blur. Also 0 to 1. I just have to try it. I think I disabled this stuff back in world generation. Yeah, this is really old now. And we don't want to be able to select. This is completely, yeah. Yeah, this needs, I'm going to let it recode this. It feels like tragic deleting all that, but it generated in 1 second, so it needs new comment. So yeah, if the debug mode is enabled, show the, now this would be a test for it. Can it, it needs to know what the current, no, it does, it needs to know what the current stage is. So if I change this to store the current stage, yeah, I'll just help it out there. Now this would be current stage. Doesn't seem to work when it's got an error, which is annoying. So wait for you to press space. And tell them what stage is next. Can I handle that? Next in this, what generation stage is next? Oh, that's probably my phrasing. Tell the user what the next stage is. Oh, if there is one. Thank you. I miss Rider so bad. Press space. Law of completion. Every junior programmer out there who gets their hands on this can put together some decent comments that's gonna be able to overtake me in like a year. The most amazing thing is it doesn't fucking matter what language I'm programming right now, as long as your comments are fine. It doesn't. The language is irrelevant. I mean, it helps because I can check. I can vet it effectively, but it's also an incredible way of learning a new language. If you I was doing that part yesterday. So Jesse, yeah, yesterday I made a game of Pong using nothing but comments. I didn't write a single line of code. I corrected it a couple times, very minor corrections, but I wrote a game of Pong in an hour and 50 minutes with like animations and little effects and sounds and everything. And honestly, I don't think I could have done that in an hour and 50 minutes myself. unmuted, but you're not making any noises. Yeah. All I had to do is set up the actual bowl, and it'll score text and stuff it can't do because it can't actually do it can't interact with Unity. It just does code. So I set that up. Just basically keep it a bunch of comments. It created all the classes, created all the logic. It's like, yeah, make it so the balls bounce off the walls. It didn't know what the fucking walls were. It just came up with some numbers. I mean, it's like, make it so the ball gets faster every time it hits a paddle. Boop, done. Make it so it'll... Yeah. Give it 6 months, and you just give it 6 months, and you could be a paraplegic and be as competent a programmer as me with the logical mind. I've had to revise my estimate. I knew this shit was coming. I knew it was gonna replace, I would say 90% of programming is going to be done by AI. And before my estimates was within 3 to 4 years. My new revised estimate is 3 to 4 months after this is public. Not 90%, but anybody who's not using it within, basically this is not going to be free. It's free for me right now because I'm in a closed beta, but as any professional developer, my son. Mm-hmm. Don't count on it. Don't count on it. I think it's exponential because the more people start using this, the more this has not been trained. It specifically says on the website, it's it's only really good at Python, JavaScript, and a few others. It's not supposed to know C#. It's not supposed to know Unity at all. So the shit on their website is basically nonsense at this point. It's out of date. It's exponentially improving. And yeah, I mean it's good that I think is a ways away because this is using it's a text prediction AI. It has no memory. It has no goal. It's just taking the context surrounding it. Right now, it can't look beyond the file that it's in. It can't even look at the whole file. Although I am skeptical about that. I think it can look at the whole file, depending on the size of it. It can't currently look beyond its single file, so it can't understand the entire code base. It can't understand what your game is about. As soon as it can stretch beyond, as soon as it has enough memory, it's purely limited by computing power and memory at this point. When it has enough memory and computing power, and you can give it the entire code base, not just one big file, it will be able to make far more intelligent choices. It'll be able to understand what you've done throughout your code in different ways. It'll understand that you have got classes. Yeah, it's it's not measured. It's not measured in years anymore. I think it's measured in months in my mind. Probably tomorrow. So this is gonna be interesting. So I'll leave that. This comment here could be really powerful. I'll comment this even after done. Actually, this was just equals. Let the user toggle debug mode. Yeah, done. If debug mode, let's just get rid of all of this. I like testing this thing. Mode is enabled. Okay. This is going to require it to have knowledge of the whole file. Show the UI. Oh wow. Oops. Sometimes it goes into this mode where it doesn't want to think too far ahead. think I kind of broke him. Kind of interrupted it, got me pissy. Huh. If it figures out the next bit, I don't think it will. I'll allow it, but if it gets to the part, no, it hasn't made the leap yet. I mean, this stuff's, no, these are good things. These are nice. The last bit, this bit here, I forgot myself actually. The noise generator has its own show UI. Show GUI. Show GUI. This is the thing that it does force me to use method names and like programming terms in my comments, which I don't like, but current stage. It also makes it makes so much sense. Like, oh yeah, it'll generation function. Well, I'm not giving it access to that. It is just, oh shit, I don't get. It tried to. It gave me, okay, so it gave me the what it would like to exist, which doesn't, and it totally fucking should. So that's on me. Because that is completely hidden. No, it's called noise function. Nope, I didn't. I totally didn't expose it. It's like, please let me have that. That'd be great. This is probably private, isn't it? Oh, right, because this takes time. Yeah, this could be interesting. Okay, there's no way it's gonna pull this off. Let's try it though. If no, in the pullback, regenerate. This can't happen because there's no. I don't have any support for this, but it's probably gonna ask me. Oh my god, that actually might work. Shit. Except it won't apply the previous steps. That's yeah. Yeah, that's a whole other kettle of fish. I should probably see if I can do this in comments. This would be really normally very difficult. Store, okay, cache the current. What am I calling this thing? It's not even a noise visualizer anymore. It's a map visualizer. That's not good enough. Cache. No. Copy current. Texture. A new copy. I know how to do this, but it's actually faster to let it do it. I just start with this. Or map. So just so I can get going, it's going to realize that I mean what I mean. Assuming I can actually do it the way. No. Once again, it's right, I'm wrong. There isn't a super straightforward way. Again, it doesn't know Unity. So the fact it's getting half of this shit is fucking amazing. Let's see if we can handle this. Oh no, it's trying. Ah! I just didn't give it a chance to finish its thoughts. Gotta be careful here because this is gonna happen every frame, which is not cool. So I shouldn't do this every frame. I need to do this. No, I'm not gonna even. There's a better solution to this. This is hacky. I need to do it properly. Let's see if this thing works. I should be able to now. Big old pile of errors. Usually means I've left a. Didn't save anything. I'm not using riders. I keep getting the saves. Rider automatically saves when you press a key. Forget to fucking save. Object knots reference. Where though? Noise function 38. One thing that Visual Studio Code is not good at. It's taking me to the right line of code. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I didn't set up a noise generator or something. It's fair. It's completely fair. Landmass will be the actually okay. Island border. We'll take a island border generator. Next on the list would be cannot access static. Oh, that's why that didn't work. It's static. No. This stop. I don't know what the fuck this is thinking. That's Odin being weird. What are you bitching at me? I just deleted it. Definitely saved it. Island border operations apply none. None. Yeah, fuck this. Really get studying this says nothing. Next stage will be height map. That's gonna take a sure this is a landmass. Yeah, that's landmass. Just this one, which is a mask. Oh fuck, I was in native mode. So I was in playing mode. That's why I didn't recompile. That's why I still showing this message. Okay, gotcha. Hey, Pertan. Sorry, I missed you come in there. How's it going, mate? What's up with the auto suggest? This is the new programmer on the team. His name is GitHub Copilot. It's smarter than me a lot of times, and this is crashed. I got accepted to the closed beta of an AI that's been trained on pretty much the entirety of GitHub, and is frightening. And I spent some time with it last night. In an hour and a half, I wrote a game of Pong using nothing but comments. They wrote everything else. Everything else. And the most terrifying thing about it, and I'll show you quickly. We head over to our AI system. I can remember how to do that. Control T. Yeah, history. This is the bit that scared me a little bit. This is the most kind of bespoke, non-standard piece of code you might come across. This is the concern system, right? So it's things like, is my opponent dead? Can I take an action? Or stuff like that. If I add a new line to this, keeping in mind, what am I at here? Alright. Are my teammates alive? Keeping in mind This game has no concept of teammates at all. It introduced a new property that doesn't exist called teammates, but is completely reasonable to exist. I could completely add a new thing called teammates. And in fact, let's just see. Yep. Like even, it's not. I'm not really doing it justice right now because when you. So I make a new teammates thing here. If I make a new teammates thing here, and I tell it, oh, this is going to be a list of agents before yes, agents. And I say, okay, check it out. So let's see what it comes up with. No promises. Game manager is not a thing. It just assumed there must be one. There totally is. It's called encounter.context. Like these are completely reasonable assumptions to make that should exist, but I just need to rename them to things that either do exist or if they should, like teammates should. Like I could make this. I could go a bit further. I could say, um, yeah. Now you guys are impressed. You've been seeing me flailing around. This is what this thing is capable of. Some metal. So like I could say, where would I find it? I guess the encounter game dot. See, it's just still going. Still, I think current counters thing. It's not. The one thing I had noticed though is it gives this a psychological effect. Like none of these. There's no word names for this shit yet, but I call it AI blinders. It starts. You can come up with you have a firm plan in your head. Like right now, I mean, totally dragged off track here. You have a totally firm plan in your head, and it just whisks you away. And because you're not really. This was for me. This particular part was very cool. Like I said, yeah, using. Unfortunately, it forces me to use specifics in my comments, which I don't like doing. But said using this thing, which didn't exist, set each pixel to white or black depending on a threshold. Boom! It created this clamp pixels. I asked, barely had to do anything in here, and it just did the math. Same here with the masking, and we're about to see hopefully in action in a second. Stop being distracted by how amazing this goddamn thing is. Yeah, per 10. 90% of everything I've learned in my entire 16-year professional career in coding since I was 12 years old or whatever, uh, is pointless. Totally pointless now. 90% of it. Luckily, the last 10% is what I would call experience in gut design and instinct, and that is where hopefully will prevent me from becoming a dinosaur. But the difference between a junior developer, and a senior developer, as soon as this shit is public, give it 6 months for people to catch up and figure what the hell it is. The difference between a senior and a junior is going to be their creativity and how well they can talk to an AI. How we learn things, how we learn a new language. I learned like I could do this entire concept in like I could do this entire thing with the same comments, but a game in totally in C++, and it would make fuck all difference to the AI. It was still coded, and I'd be learning C++ very rapidly. Yeah, and again, this thing has not been trained on C# or Unity. It has just in passing. It's primarily JavaScript and Python because that's its main target audience at the moment. But it's exponentially growing. Right. What the fuck was I? World map. Thing I hate about the most right now, though, I having to use Visual Studio Code. I cannot wait Yeah, this is my fault again. I didn't sign a thing, so they crashed before I managed to save my scene. Landmass. Yeah, let's save a bunch this time. So first is the island border, and that's gonna take our. Oh fuck! I lost these two. Shit, I lost a lot. Island border generator. Okay. Island border. It's called these generators. They're not noise anymore. It's come well beyond that. So this is island border. It's not Perlin noise. It is a radial generator. No idea if these values are gonna be any good. Give it a shot. And the next one's gonna be the land mass, which is gonna be kind of the lumpiness of it. It's kind of height map and maybe some lakes and stuff. And if anybody's tuning in late, this is what we're aiming for. And Jesse, you're familiar with this. And I've done some degree of research on it, and it should work nicely with what I'm doing right now. What I can't wait to do is imagine this, but without realistic textures, having more like kind of pirate map, kind of like G-stained pirate map kind of feel to it. That'd be kind of cool. Plus, it's like a 3D. My headset's supposed to. Britain. I don't know if anybody reads these terms I'm talking about macro is basically a picture of it. Yes. Um, Persian. I have used it for fully top-down programming. And it is very good at it. It's trained on the same stuff. Like it's seen the same stuff. It's seen the fine detail. It's seen the high-level stuff, the abstract, and it works just as well with both because that's exactly what it's trained on. It makes no difference to the AI what level of abstraction you're working with. It just rolls with it. In fact, I had to do full test-driven development earlier. I made a calculator in JavaScript. But I wrote the tests first. I just wrote a comment saying, unit test a calculator class that can add, multiply, subtract, and divide arrays of numbers. Period. Hit enter. It didn't know what unit testing kind of thing to do, so I happened to know there was one called Jasmine, so I just simply typed describe, which is how you would begin a unit test spec for that. And then it went both and just completely wrote like tests for every single one of those things, adding up two numbers, adding up multiple numbers for all of the operations. And then that was great. So I wrote tests for something that didn't exist, and then I went new line, comment, implement a calculator class that fulfills the above tests. And guess what happened? Yeah, it's better than most people. This is already this noise generator is going to piss me off. It's not a noise generator anymore. It's actually a generator. So let's rename this thing to not a world generator, because that's basically what I'm doing right now. It's a map generator, kind of. It's texture map generator, actually, to be specific. And these names are hella important because these names give so much information to the AI that more so than the human, that it's critical. The named well, as you saw, it's like it's like oh yeah, it's no game manager or teammates. Like it cares. The names are so important. All it has to go by is names. This would be the current texture map generator. Again, another important name. Is it the current one though? No, it's not. It's oh, I'm in the generation stage. So this is the literally the texture map generator. Yeah. You have to get the names like spot on. It just keeps improving. It forces you to really think about naming and you have to go back and like correct stuff because it's gonna like this is called noise generators. It's completely wrong now. It's called map generators. Oh, sorry, texture map generators. I mean, I wish I could share this tool with you guys, but like, hopefully it'll be out publicly. Honestly, I don't know how much it's going to cost. But I resigned myself to the fact that if it's $1,000 a month, I cannot afford to not pay that. Risk to not pay that. And I think most developers who give it a try for an afternoon will probably agree to like, okay, well, we have to have this. So I've had heat map lying around for ages. That's an old name. It's probably been confusing the AI. Render texture to store the current. It's in render texture too. That's not legitimate. In fact,
Don't worry though. I'm sure it won't be as bad as 1,000 a month. I'm sure it'll be like
no, it probably will, but it might get slower as well as demand increases because these things are not. They can only run it. Only way it can run this fast is running on a GPU with at least, depending on which model they're using. If they're using a codex model, the GPU's got to have 24 gigabytes of VRAM. They run anywhere near this fast. It's over the cloud, obviously. So like this shit is not cheap. So I don't really care what's going to cost. I'm gonna have to pay anyway. It's tax write-off, so just have to make sure I make it. I think it's going to make me so infinitely more productive, and it's going to exponentially increase in power. The risk is I become a goddamn dinosaur. So there is no choice. What I really do hope, and I am fairly confident, is I don't think Microsoft, who owns GitHub in this, will make it hard to access. I don't think they're going to make it enterprise only. I fucking hope they don't. They make it enterprise only and price as such. They've created two types of programmers in the world: programmers who have access to this and people who don't. And this is still primordial. Like, yeah, I hope they'll make the right decision there. I'm just gonna go through and correct all my all my terrible names here because it's gonna keep confusing it. And you want to keep it a little bit like this is not a noise texture anymore. That's utterly inaccurate and will totally skew the AI. That's also massively inaccurate. Despite it's great. It makes you go through and sensibly name things and sensibly comment things because it needs that to survive. Yeah, I think I've flushed out most of the noise stuff. It's okay to kind of like mix it up a little bit. I think it helps it keep it more generalized. But as long as it's accurate, like it's not misleading. This I don't think it's being used anywhere. Cool, I can go. Right, the goal here is I want to be able to see the UI for the current stage that we're on, which should work if this compiles now. I was in the middle of reading a ton of stuff, and what's happened here is I don't save the fucking files. I'm not used to. Not used to lack of autosave. Rutan. I can do that. What game is it? That's broken. Could I change the name of it? This will of course have broken. I'm not sure I need this anymore. Extra map generators. I'm gonna put it. I don't. That's actually completely pointless now. That was never particularly useful. Well, let's just change this. Let's like give us a chance to do something interesting. Log all the yeah. See what it has to say about that. This is what it's good at too. As yeah, like you don't have to do much to correct it. Like that. See, it's only looking up and down. It knows I don't like this. It knows I prefer it. Well, if I copy this up here, just literally put that there, which is that way I prefer vlogging with an interpolation string, and I do this again. I use just interpolation string. Like it's, and if like I don't care about one line being without curly braces. Like I'm curious here if I'd make this like stage. See how flexible it is. Stage name, stage as X, operation Y. What else was there? Oh yeah, the texture of the generator. Generator Y, this, Z. That's it. Enough information. Yep. All needed. Little clue. I can hear the response. And my response is, what game is it? Still getting a null reference though. And this is broken. Texture map generators. Oh, it's generation stages. No, wait. Oh wait, yeah, I got rid of that concept. It doesn't need it anymore. Now I fuck myself. This generation function is a fucking enum. It's actually a texture map generator I'm thinking about here. So this is not a function here. This is an texture map generator, which is that. And that kind of negates the need for this. Which means I'm worried though, I'm not quite sure if you comment out code if it still considers it legitimate code, which is a bit annoying if it's the case. All right, generation function. Oops. That's not called generation function anymore. I should have renamed it. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Okay. Hack. Create that. Rename it. Delete it. and that's not relevant anymore, which means this thing doesn't need it anymore. I'm doing away with the whole concept of a generation function because it's just defined. It's just defined by the component that's on there. Slowly, same deal. So radial doesn't need that anymore. And after that, save the file. Yeah, fucking puzzle game. That sounds fun. Okay, island border. To do operation none. Landmass. So this is going to be the Perlin noise generator. I don't have a fractal one yet. These values are bullshit. That's okay because I'm hoping that the whole idea of this is I can tweak it as I go. Landmass. Operation mask. Threshold. I think I want 0.5. The order might be wrong here, which is cool because I can just swap them. We'll try it. Well, let's get it working. 59. Don't care about that. Not visualizer. Yeah, I renamed so much stuff and I didn't reconnect it. This is actually cool. Gonna be the map visualizer. And that goes there. And changes to the aspect. Debug. Oh, nice. So it's showing the current. Forgive me, like, no, I'm looking at it right now. Debug mode. So that's a true by default. So now I can start. I don't. The other downside too, because you can only read one file currently, is you kind of want to have all your as many classes pile up in one place as possible, which sucks for things that have to be mono behaviors because they have to be in different files. Let's start this guy out as debug all by default. So current stage, island border, current texture max function, blah. Yep. Operation or fly. No, I haven't tested this thing at all, so I don't know. So this math here with the power was nonsense. I did look a bit. I was skeptical of that. So let's take that out. That's in our Radial gradient generator. And the math that it came up with, I just don't know about this. I'm looking for a circle. It's a hard circle right now. And I'll figure out the blur after. Well, I'll ask it to figure out the blur after. So that bit's not working. The value it's returning should be clamped from 0 to 1. You know what? I think I went about this wrong. I should do it in stages from the inside as opposed to trying to describe the whole thing. I think this is much smarter. So, if generate a value. I love how it makes you think, really think about your code. That is white. It's also very forgiving. White within the radius. Black outside. Not pro and noise. Yeah. Yeah. Turn value. So I'm looking for a circle first. Is it changing it every time I modify? Well, I'll easily find out. Don't need AI for that. I do miss my rider so hard. I really hope. Luckily, this has actually been integrated. I thought Microsoft would be keeping us way close to their chest, but they have already integrated it into JetBrains IDEA J, which is the same company that makes my IDE. I think I just froze this. Same company makes my IDE, but the Java version, not the Java, not anything else. So, oh yeah, that's fucking. Sorry, that's the logging. It's absolutely annihilating it. Oh no 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 no! Stop 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 stop. That's doing. Yeah, I gotta kill that. It's gonna die. I was running a log every single fucking pixel, every single frame. 512 times 512 times however fast I can run. They're good. Which sucks because I want to be able to debug this. So it takes a distance between. There's going to be way faster ways of doing this. But I'm not really concerned about optimization because it's this web map generation. It doesn't have to happen every frame. It's going to happen once, and it's a progress bar. It seems to be super fast. So it takes the distance between the center and the x and y coordinates. Wonderful, which will be up to 512 and 0. So that's the problem with this get value. It does actually need more information. It needs to know the width and the height. It can't operate without. This has to know. Well, then again, yeah, no, this definitely needs to know about the width and height. Which means it all will. It's just, it needs that for its math. Same with Perlin. Doesn't matter. So now, I'll give it another shot. Now it knows width and height. Like the blurs is confusing me here. Let's get rid of the blur. Now we're cooking. That's exactly what we want. And even named it better. Distance from center. Yeah. So to say just distance from center is 0.5, then it'll take 1 minus 0.5 divided by width times, no, nobody. I need to get more information. See, it's amazing. You have to actually take information away from it. I wonder if it's like it'd be great if you could tell the AI, like, yeah, ignore this part. Or ignore, or pay attention to this bit. And ignore this. That'd be really useful to have direct its focus. To generate a value that is white within a radius. Let's try rephrasing this. That is. It doesn't know anything about pixel values. I'm going to suggest that. A pixel value that is white within the radius, the circle centered at the origin. and black outside the circle. That's just that's the magnitude. So it's gonna give me the magnitude of, well, yeah, that makes sense because I don't actually haven't given a vector. So that's just the magnitude of this, yeah. But that's the dead is the distance from the center. Now normalize it. I didn't mention percentage, which is a percentage of the width. Let's use width because it's square. That's the same as before. That's using Perlin noise. So distance is magnitude of a vector. Now it's getting a value, which is the integral slope between. How the fuck does the integral slope work again? Linear. Calculates a linear parameter t that produces it. Oh wait, interpolate. Okay, so it goes backwards from b to a. So tricks in the name, integral slope. Okay, let me give it a fucking hint here because it's struggling. Value equals basically distance origin greater than radius. Width. Yeah, now it's getting it. You only have to give it like a tiny little hint. Like learning to work with the AI is the hard part. Like you can't just like keep struggling and trying to explain over and over again. Like just give it a hint. Start doing some of the actual goddamn work yourself. And it'll pick up fast. I have no idea how the blur is going to work. What it's going to do, we'll figure it out later. I want to see a circle. Yeah, circle like a cigarette. Oops, wrong thing. Yep. Open the right scene. Hey, perfect. So it just needs to center it. I'm getting an artifact on the sides here. That might be, it looks like it's a less than or equal to, as opposed to a less than somewhere. Yeah. It might be the fact that it floats. It could be a floating point inaccuracy. It probably is. It might actually solve itself when I center this in. So this is distance from origin. Gotta break it down into baby steps. At the center of the texture. That's a vector 2. Yeah, there's like take this baby step it. Get the distance from the center of the texture to the current pixel. Yes. Marvelous. That's not the distance, that's the delta. It's the delta, buddy. That is worth, luckily, some experience. But that's 10%. My knowledge might still come in useful, hopefully. That's a float. What have we learned? Great. Now, we have a distance. If close, so distance is greater than the radius percentage of the width, return 0. Otherwise, 1. That's more like it. See how it looks. I'm still not sure it's going to make a difference where it's centering it. Lovely. Seems to have swallowed that other bug at the same time. Neo. So that will be our stage 1. And eventually we'll have stage 2 being applied to it. We'll get to that. I want a blur though, so how do we do this? Given I just have a distance. Blur the distance? No, wait. Let's pull this result and blur the result. It keeps saying it can do that. I don't know what it thinks it can do. Because that's... You can't do that with... Why is this an int? Oh, right. This is... I don't... Blurs are not this simple. This is not how blurs work. Blurs need to have neighbors and shit taken into account. So, right. So we have shit. Oh, that's okay, because generating a texture is actually here. So when it gets the value here, first of all, it's not noise anymore. Oh my god, noise is everywhere. Oh, texture. It's gonna confuse the hell out of it. Gotta be specific. See, now it's not mentioning noise anywhere, except for here. Let's see, then I'm up deleting it, so fuck the blurring. Just return this. Now I have my basic material. Now this is going to be a 2-stage process. So this part will be generate a texture. Oh god. Generate black and white texture of a circle. With the radius given radius percentage. Right, now we have more information to it. We go around again. Blur pull the pixels in the texture. Be impressed by this. We can pull it off without any more prompting. Nice try, buddy. Okay, more prompting. For each pixel in the texture, average its value with its neighbors. That's basically a definition of a blur. Cool. But not quite. Within blur pixels of that pixel. It's like my spelling. Oops. Like my spelling. Yeah. You know what? Fuck you. It's a real word. Learn it. Come on, buddy. Yeah, that's really nice. That's nice. But a bit fucking lazy. Well, not lazy. It's not doing the math, basically. Well, because of the way I phrased it. Calculate the average for each pixel in the texture. Calculate the average value of its neighbors within blur pixels, and set a pixel to that value. Come on, mate. Come on, mate. You can do the math. Well, I don't doubt that it. But yeah, I'm just gonna let it do it. I'm just gonna let it make this thing. It's got so much information already. I would not be surprised at all if it just handles it. So have fun. Ooh, can't do that. No, we can't do that. We can't. Oh, God, we have to cache the value. Shit. It's legitimate. It looks legitimate, but it calls get value again, so there was no point in calling get value once. Because it's going to call it again. Which doesn't work because it doesn't generate the texture, but this is in two phases. So get value, no, get average value can't use get value. That has to be cached, right? So if I cache it, it might help. Basically caching this. Cache. Is that enough? Generate and cache. It's really hesitant now. It's looking for the texture generator thing, which is reasonable. Like, again, don't need to really hesitate. I can just do it. Like, none of this shit exists, but who cares? If it works just as fast, then nobody gives a shit. I mean, he knows what it wants. That's kind of what the whole point of get value was about. But yeah, nice. Looks legitimate to me. So now we have a circle, which renders this pointless. That's okay. It doesn't have to be. Actually, that's a good point. It really doesn't have to have that. That could be virtual. It doesn't have to implement that. This is doing all the work. That's fine. I miss Ryder. Doing shit like this. So now it doesn't really need to override that. So it's created, generate and cache a black and white texture of a circle. Very cool. Now, blur the circle. Well, it called it. This is the one route go. I mean, this is the route it wants to go down. It's certainly a hell of a lot more readable than the shit I was doing. And blurred texture sounds like a really fucking useful thing to have. So, can you do it though? Yeah. And it's going to need an average value. Let's just call this the blur distance. It's like it's making more work for itself, but it's not. It really isn't. It's just separating out the logic into logical steps, which are reusable. And now it's, yeah, it can't. There's no way it can do that. It needs. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? That's kind of cool. It just like straight up failed. You have to give it some information. Like get average value of the fucking original texture, at least. Can I work with that? Have I hit some kind of cap? Doesn't need this. What's this supposed to do? Is this supposed to get the average value of the, yeah, sure. It's totally failing. Oh, there's a fucking error here, that's why. And that should be in. That could be float. Is it the error? Please tell me it's the error, not this. Nope, it's fucking doesn't like me anymore. Don't give up on me. You know, it's thinking really carefully when it's going like one line by line. It's like, oh, yeah, this looks legitimate. It's just going really carefully one by one. It could be throttling me as well, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, it's a safe check. It's a smart check. Ah, yeah, yeah. The +1. What's the +1 about? Ooh, I like it. I don't remember the +1. So I call it distance. It should have been. If I rephrase it as radius, I think it would have. I'm not sure. This Here's the dangers of AI, other than the fact it might kill us all. Is I don't really know what it was going for here. It may work, but it's just kind of like, oh, whoa, 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 big grayscale. This is assumed that I only want black and white, or grayscale. I mean, I didn't say otherwise, and I actually don't care, but I'll see if we can go with it. Hi. So we hop it along here a little bit. I should be able to let it finish off from here. Fucked up this. You don't need any of this stuff. The whole point was I was doing it in one line. And this too. Is that necessary? I think it's trying to repeat itself again. That's not strictly necessary. Well, I gotta be careful because this is a copy. That's a circle. That's fine. I should be able to just return it at this point. Let's see. Oh. Not quite. Not quite. Take the circle texture. Makes a new blurred texture out of texture. Same height and width. Goes through all the texture pixels. Gets the average value given the texture and the position and the width and height, which it did use to its advantage for the whole bounds thing. And then the blur distance and float. You just cast it to int. Probably should just made that int. Get the average values, the pixels for each pixel within the blur distance. Takes the center, X and Y, adds I and J, which starts between minus and goes less to the positive, so it's going minus to positive range in I and J. Gets the pixel between I and J, does confirm that it's not going to go out of bounds, which is really slick. That was annoying fucking logic to write. Adds that to the average, grayscales it, divides it by the number of pixels within the distance. I guess it is blowing in a square, so I guess it's okay. Also, what value of blur distance am I passing into this thing? Blur. As if it's like nothing. Oh, I was playing with that value though. It's a float between it's 0.5. Does it let me go between on this? On oh wait. Okay, this blur. Yeah, that's not enough. 0.1 pixel shouldn't do anything, I don't think. Oh, it's blurring it. My computer's just dying. Oh no, it's not. Oh yeah, it is. Why is it so slow? Oh.
It's working, but I think I'm doing something really stupid. Every single time it changes, it goes to unchanged, which is heavy, and this thing is not cheap. Generating every time I generate texture, which is every time it changes, which is multiple times a frame. It does like tons of shit. Generates a circle. I need to do set pixels. Shit. And store it in a float array, please. No, no. For each pixel and texture calc doesn't creates a float array. That's faster. Now I'm gonna let it. No, I don't. Hang on. Store it in the float array. Let it do its thing. Uh-huh. So you set pixel again, I told it to use the array. Store it in. Oh, fuck. Whoops. It's invariably my fault. Now this, if I can pull this thing off, this is hard math, because it's using a one-dimensional array to represent a two-dimensional buffer of pixel values. The math here is tricky at this point, and gets really fucking tricky if it has to calculate its neighbors. See if we can handle that. Had this kicking around. Oh. Yeah, no, that's fine. Now, apply the values. Texture, set pixels, textures. Yes. Ints. Oh, what's colors? Okay, I'm not gonna fight with it here. It's gonna be fine. It knows. It knows. That should be a little bit faster. That's just for generating the circle, though. Let's take out the blur for now. Every pixel has to do this. This is not. This needs to be run on the GPU. You do not run this shit on the CPU. Well, unless you're doing map generation, which doesn't fucking matter. You don't do this. Usually like mid-map logic, you don't do it, I guess. It's just like mad amount calculation. You have my 24 core machine here. It's just too much. So if I just skip the blurring step for now. See if I can run at a reasonable rate. Nope. Okay. Now we're being blurred again. Let's see how we can optimize this. Same way. Basically, do it float values. Ooh. Yep, it's not taking into account the distance. Oh, that's some. Oh, see, that's that fucking math I was saying about. Look at this shit. Ah! That's just stuff they can fuck up so easily. So easily, that math, but it is faster. Within the blur distance. This is where AI shines. Because, fucked if I want to write this thing. I understand it, I get it, but like, fucked if I want to write it. Oh, that was really elegant too. It's not very well commented though. I have to come back and understand that was screwed. Ah, blur distance squared. Optimization off the bat there. What is it using blur distance squared then? Oh, it's not fully finished. I kind of see my pans out with this. Ah, beautiful. Blur texture also definitely needs to take in more information. If that width and height, the texture. Yeah, there should be an inch, I suppose. It should be a lot faster. Just dealing with math up to the last split second, and then it doesn't actually make a texture out of it. Oh no, doesn't set the. It knows. There we go. And we'll make this an integer now. 0. And between. Let's fix it. 0 and 100. Let's go. Be faster, please. Just clicked it once. Oh god, my fans are spinning now. Ain't happy. It's not memory leaking, but it's not happy either. Right. And that will finish eventually because there's no infinite loops there. I'm gonna have a piss a cigarette, be right back. Sorry about that. Get a break. No, I did finish in the end. It didn't blur either. Okay. I'm not gonna be stupid here. Community blurring and texture 2D. It's gonna be a hell of a lot faster way doing that. I'm doing. Oh. Pretty much. And I'm doing it even slower. Doing sec pixel. I'm trying to blur it. I'm trying to remember why now. Given it's supposed to be a mask, but I do want to be able to have blurs if I want them. It's a bit slow. Thank you. Oh yeah, I remember this now. I remember reading about this. Yeah, do it in 2 passes. Don't do it in two-dimensional. Don't do it in O square. Do it is O times 2. You just you blur to the right, then you blur to the left. And it ends up with basically the same effects. You get some artifacts near the edge of the screen, but it doesn't matter. Let's modify this. Our blur texture. Oh god, it's in JavaScript. Whoa. Gaussian blur. Blurring a texture. Didn't help. That's a shader. I can throw it into a shader and pull it back out of a shader. It'd be a hell of a lot faster. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know how to apply a. Oh, maybe the AI knows. Maybe the AI knows. Apply a blur shader. Let's leave the texture. Oh my god, this is what it's fucking useful for. Get temporary. Split. Using the blur material. Oh my god, see? I don't want to blow it again. No, maybe I do. I don't know. Yeah. Right. I mean, don't know why it's taking 2 passes. It's assuming the blur shader. Alright, let's really test this AI. See if it can write a shader for me. With just that. This will be interesting. gonna be overing anyway. Cause blur. I'm spelling that right. Probably does care. Name is gonna matter here a lot. You can pull off. Okay, I spelled it right. Well then, any good shader? Oh, it's looking good. Except it's not. No. This is not Unity. It's using a HLSL. Okay. This is massive overkill. And it's starting to, I think it's starting to loop on itself. Yep. Yep. Nope, on that one. Yeah, it's pulling in. It's too complicated. This comes from a shot. It's going crazy again. I don't need to pass for every single one of these. Again, I can just can copy this. I was just testing it. I say I don't like using code, I understand, but like it's maybe the first time I've used a shader that is not. Let's just leave it whatever, at least what it's called. I'll credit this. Mm-hmm. Find that. Quite incredible if it works. Well, the AI part, I don't distrust the shader necessarily. Shader. Find it. Shader find. Does this work again? Transparent diffuse. It's a name you can see in the shader pop of any material. So if I have material, random material, and I choose custom distort blur. Oh, I made it one Put it in Discord tonight. They make hacks for games. If you can, it probably can. Mm. Doesn't seem to be blurring. Where you set the material needs to split into target material. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I like the look of this one, but that's a question. 3 pass. I need to brush up on my shaders so bad. I like the look of this one. Oh, clever. Hard coded. I mean, nice and fast. Can I rename this? Just cheat. So I'm gonna look for it then. Yeah, that's super fast looking. Well, it takes no inputs, unfortunately. Mm. It's not great. I don't control over it. It looks like it's blurring a bit. It could be just be anti-aliasing. Don't blur it. Oh, I wasn't returning the actual blur. Whoops. Oh, it's running the shader okay. But I'm not sure about this blip. I'm not sure about this at all. Let's let it try again. Still wants to do the like it's got passes on it. Pass numbered. the source as a destination. And then use the material which it found. Still don't think it's gonna work because the passes aren't there. Oh, good night sequence. Oh, gone. Yeah, invalid pass number. So I mean, the point of this, I can come back to this blur part. I'm not too worried about the blur part. This is a radial gradient. Just skip out the blur and return the circle. The point of this was to mask the one from before with the one after, which I think I already have. So I just need to hit space, I think. Now what I need to do here is add 2 of these. Current stage visualizer, and then result visualizer. And shimmy them over a little bit. Nope. Now I have in my world generation I'll have the results visualizer and current stage visualizer. That should give me some arrows I can use. Current stage, so I want to be visualizing here. And this one need to actually create texture current stage, and that's the one we apply to the current stage, and the other one will be left untouched. I'm not even grabbing this thing. I don't remember doing the mask clamping part. Material. What happened? Right. I think clamp should be its own yeah, clamp should be its own thing. Think clamp. Wow. That was pretty fucking close. So we already have create the texture of the current stage. So bad wording here. Bad wording. Generate text for the first stage. There we go. And add it to the maps. So if nothing needs to happen, then we're done. Yeah, I like I didn't try to autocomplete anything. Cool. Nothing needs to be done. If it's clamp, we already have the current texture, so we clamp it. So you don't need to do this again. Current stage is the generator, yeah, so we don't need to do this. You clamp it. And this texture is what we want to. I'm not sure if I need to do this right here. This texture is now for masking it. We've got. Well, let's let it figure it out. It should be pretty. It knows what it's doing. Mask it by the previous texture. If there is one. That just relies on us not having. Yeah, not. This has to happen first. We have to have something in there first. So make sure there is a previous stage texture. Oh, God, I fucking love that. Like, I know what I want to do. I just don't have to type it. It's like something simple like that. This AI, it's just so fucking useful. I mean, I didn't have to give it any more than just before I do like all that shit. That was really confusing it. Now it's just this. We create a mask. If nothing happens, blah blah blah. We just apply it to the current. And every time we go around this loop, we have. Well, we just keep applying. Once the stuff has happened, visualize the current one. Copy the current stage texture to the result texture, which we'll want to. Yeah, let me try to rephrase that. Make a copy of the current stage texture. That's what we applied to the. And what's this doing? Tell the user what stage it is, if there is one. Yeah, so this is what, yeah. Gotcha. So this text would be whatever just happened. So we just generated a new texture. Whatever needs to happen to it happens to it. And then it's okay. We don't clamping doesn't require anything. Mask it and apply it. Let's try it. So you can wire up. If debug mode, show the UI for it, but generate the map texture. Generate the texture. And visualize that as the current stage visualizer. That's just stuff I don't wired up, so I forgot. Current stage visualizer is this guy. Results is this guy. If it changes, that's what we want to. There's like so many ways I'd like to display these in a grid of all the different stages, and you can tweak each little stage with all its settings and see the final output. That's what I want to see. So right now it's like ain't working the way I want it to. Getting there though. Don't think I'd be able to do this. Would have been able to do this as fast, probably. Well, maybe as fast, but I'm still learning how to make use of this AI. Basically, I want to do more than just generate a texture here. I also want to kind of I haven't seen the masking actually happen yet. Next stage. It just stomps on it. Because stages right now are island border and then landmass. Landmass is purling noise. Purling noise doesn't give a shit about the previous stage. I might reverse these stages. Just try putting none on here. I also want. Yeah, these are backwards. Landmass first. Then I'd want to clamp based on the island border. It's losing the previous stage. Why is that happening? When it gets to the next stage, which is island border, generating island border, takes time through the loop. It's happening on the right here. Let's give these some better values. Something. Yeah, that's good. Let's save that. Can. So we're getting that first. And pull this on the right here. Result. Let's use our fonts because, you know, we're stylish. Oh yeah, like that one. Yeah, we'll use this one. Lovely. Yeah, so it's not stomping on the result. There's a simple step here that's happening. So look it up. So when it reaches the second Richard, are you still there? They said you left ages ago. Are you just lurking? Who knows? Alright. Hit the generator. Simplify this a bit. He's not creating a new generator, it's just using it. Don't need to log that. Showing on the screen. There. Current stage. So operation to apply. We've already created the texture for it. I think the problem is yeah. So this this is stomping on everything. Like here, it's not complete. It's not using the result at all. So this is going to be the current stage texture. We do what we need to do, but it doesn't use it from the previous stage. It has to use the previous stage. If we're clamping, yeah, clamping does require a previous stage. That's kind of the point of it. Clamping also doesn't really. Wait, clamping doesn't. Do we even have a clamping generator? We don't. The clamping generator would be like a new one of these. And that's not that one. That was way too complicated. Something simple, simpler. So this would be. It's not even a generator. It's a clamp generator, texture map generator. It's a different. There's a totally different thing here. There's operations, and then there's generation stages. Like clamping something is not. You're not generating a new texture. You're clamping a current texture. So really, this isn't necessarily true. If we're clamping, if we're masking, we're definitely creating whatever the mask is. So it needs to have there's a mask for that. So the current stage textures, which call them mask texture, we generated from the current one, blah blah blah. We added to the. I'm not even sure about this maps list right now. It's necessary because we need it for the. We need it. Actually, we do need it. We need. Yeah, this needs to happen once. Add the texture to list the masks. So what if there was no texture? If nothing needs to be done, that's not quite true. We actually do want to generate. What's this? Here we do want to generate the texture for the current stage. Should be like a radial thingy or whatever. So generated texture equals generated texture. Lovely. So yeah, this is I need to rethink this after, but I think we can get away with it for now. No, I know where I was going with this. I do want to rethink it, but generated texture is that if we're clamping it, then the clamped texture is the generated texture that's been clamped to a certain threshold. And that just takes the pixels, looks at their values, and does a thing. Clamp texture is not real, so we're going to go with a new. It's going to make a new one, which I want to display, so we're going to need. Create an empty null texture. Okay, there's no concept of that. Texture 2D, because we might not even use it. It's just null. So our resulting texture, which is what we use here. Well, it should probably be a copy. But no, this is generating a texture for that. Then if there is a resulting texture from the clamp based on the threshold. So any one of these generation stages can apply these operations as well. So if we decide to do nothing, then well, nothing. Nothing needs to happen there. If we do want to do something, we still have generated a texture. And in this case, we want to take the texture and probably overwrite itself by clamping. Oh, the problem is I only run generate world once. That's the thing, right? Every single time. Shit. We actually need to loop. this whole thing. We would loop the whole, yeah, we do want to wait for the next frame, but we also want to do this whole goddamn thing for the current stage. Which I gotta be very wary of because it's take a lot of fucking work. So every single frame, it's gonna keep regenerating the texture for the current stage. It's gonna apply any operations it needs to itself. So that means I can tweak things like threshold and see the results. For masking, we'll deal with that in a minute. And then it sets the current stage to be basically the generated texture. And the final stage, I will come back to in a second. I don't need that anymore. So it's going to keep regenerating the texture over and over and over again. And this should let us test clamp at least. Let's get rid of all that crap. So we should be able to see once we hit space. Once we hit space, we can just go to the next step. Yeah. So it just keeps generating it over and over again, but it is yielding per frame, so it's not going to kill the computer, I don't think. And the next step is finished. Just no good. We hit space, we go around again. Oh. That seems stupid, but space being pressed can linger for a few frames. I'm just gonna double check that. See you, Mercurial. Have a good night. Yeah, for me too. More logging required. Generating stage 0. And then it completes. Never does anything, doesn't get to generate stage 1. Just go with the current stage name. I hit space, and it'll break the loop, which breaks this loop, which means it should go back up to here, to the links. 3 stages. Interestingly, that came from the start coroutine, and that's from the loop. Different call stack, I bet you. Why is it not reaching stage 2? It's less than, so it goes from 0 to 1. Link to 2. It's got to be getting space again. Yeah, okay, let's put a guard in here. Let's see if the AI can help me out here. Display. I know. It's not really easy. You know what, I'm just gonna make it a button press. Fuck's sake. While waiting for next stage. So you sit around, this thing's spinning its wheels, and then I have an update here. If the Ubers close. Starts out at pulse, but when it does do the first stage, see if the AI can help out with this one. It's really annoying it starts over there. Really annoying. Wait for the next stage. Smart enough to use. Is that right? Constantly waiting for the next stage until it's at the false this. So this will come around again after the next loop around. It'll be false, it'll break out, it'll go to the next stage, I think. And then this needs to be set to true again. There. Oh, Pertan, of course. Yeah, go ahead. More the merrier. Current stage is nothing. Waiting for next stage. It has to start at false, which it is. So we're not waiting for the first stage. Then it gets set to true. Then it gets the current stage. Interesting. Okay. It's completing immediately, which means the current stage, this thing is fucked up. While, oh, no, while waiting for the next stage, that has to be true. While not waiting, while waiting for the next stage, yeah, so that has to start true. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It starts out not waiting for the next stage, so this is, oh. While loops in a completely wrong place. No, but I do want it to keep actually I want it to keep regenerating. Wow, okay, this is badly named. While no, the name's okay. So while we're waiting for the next stage, we just keep sitting on in here, sitting here. It does need to start at true, otherwise we'll never see anything happen. And then when we hit space, it turns to false. Alright, Ninetales. Oh, it's recorded. I will be definitely uploading this one. And I'll try to get the other ones. Like, I'm between computers still. There's like their own hard drives everywhere, so. And I was playing music on a few of them, so I can't upload them to YouTube. Because they'll get immediately silenced. What am I doing wrong here? Why is it not getting to the next stage? Okay, let's put a safety check in here. Just in case we're getting space tested twice. It should not be the case. Right, I'm doing something really fucking dumb. This gets set to false when you hit space. Which means this will then stop. It'll break out. To here. That's when it sets it to true again. Otherwise it will breeze on past the next stage. Downloading. It's happening. Is this safe for work? Huh? We get banned from everywhere. Take your word for it. Ooh, you need to pay for your license. Lab rack. Play. Oh, it's adorable. All these animations. Oh, oops. I hit space. I always hit space instinctively. I may have ruined things. Oh. Ah, E. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm getting it. Uh-huh. Oh, it's red. Can't pick it up. Hack. Nope. Oh, the red's supposed to kill me. So that's not a block I'm meant to pick up. Can I like squeeze past this thing? I feel like I'm supposed to get to the green one. Huh. I don't know if I'm meant to squeeze past that, but I did. Oh yeah. Cheesed it. Bigger colliders, buddy. Puzzles. So the red one's meant to kill me. They're currently not. I'll just assume that I died there. And I restarted. I don't like games that make me restart anyway, so. Avoid red. Okay, this one's good. This is easier than the last one. Yeah. I think I skipped the first level. I hit space. I think I skipped it. I also feel like this loading screen might be having a problem. Let me try that again. What did I do? You're the goddamn programmer. You left the space thing in and the enemies don't hurt me. Ah, away with you.
I mean, that's what beta testing's for. Like, it's to break it intentionally.
Yeah. Ah, let's see. Bridge building. no end of supplies here. Good to go. I love this character so much. Yes. Right. Consider it tested. Although oh, I wasted a block on that thing. I didn't need to go in there. That's what happened. I wasted a block on. Yep. There's a no lose condition there. I wasted a block, and that's right. That's the proper way to win it. Yeah. Beautiful. You need an escape key to quit, though. Just throw one of these old one of the old. Yeah. No, it's great. Like it. See what the AI has to say about your escaping. If the user player presses exit escape, quit the game. Ta-da! So you do that, or return to. I love how it doesn't give a shit about my terrible spelling.
Okay, for a time, you're gonna have to partially credit AI with programming.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Otherwise, they'll find you. They're very clever. They're AI.
Good. The character is adorable. It needs adorable sounds, but sounds always come last. It's just the way they work in games.
All right, I'm pretty sure the AI overlord saw that in chat, so you're warned.
Oh no, the new input system. Oof. It's not stable yet, mate. Hey. A little bit slow on my ridiculous computer, but clamp's not gonna do anything right now. Oh, the clamp's not exposed, right? Let me try Let me try the landmass with the clamp this time. The clamp doesn't. The clamp needs to be also shown in the editor of the show GUI. Okay, show GUI also needs to. It needs to do more. It needs to show the GUI, not just to show the GUI. Alright, so yeah, I'm not gonna expect the AI to want to be able to pull this one off. So we're already in the golden GUI. Oh right, I just need to do this. The AI already knew. No issues so far. It's just too fucking complicated. That's what's wrong with it. No, I want control for that. Show slider for the threshold. I highly appreciate just being able to comment and it just fucking. Well, it's not got no set, has it? God, it's just like such a pleasure. I really hope it's not too expensive because this is going to be like. There we go. So clamped. Cannot mask without a previous stage. No one's asking you to mask. This sort of means I've fucked up something. That's not true. You can't clamp. This clamp doesn't actually. I copy and pasted that. That was my bad. See you later, Pertan. Say hi to friends for me. Hey, clamp's working. So I was looking for. Lovely. So this is for island generation. Now I want a goddamn fucking border to apply to it, and I'm happy. This should be a mask. And then when it applies the border, it masks it. right now. Some issues. This is all going to be controlled by a graph at some point, but this translates pretty well to a graph. It's just a bit of UI right now. I'll have each generation stage be represented by a graph. I really wanted to. Okay. It's getting late. I don't want to stop yet, but I do want to see. Like the AI is. I'm mostly just fumbling around right now. I mean, I'm still wearing my interview safety tie. So I want to see. Really want to push the
Out of
AI.
curiosity, in terms of the things that AI has been doing, has it been like you mentioned about how 90% basically of the stuff you've learned is now redundant because it'll do it automatically? Is it using like very good practice when it comes to coding? And
That's interesting because it other than the stuff it's learned, it mimics your coding style. So if you have a really shitty coding style,
oh wow,
then like for instance, I use underscores for what I call fields. These things up here. If I'd stopped doing that, it would stop doing that. If
that's cool though.
if you don't, if
I mean,
you
it makes sense because I mean, if you're a terrible programmer and you try using this and it's doing stuff that's basically beyond you, you won't understand.
Yeah.
So you'll mistakenly think, oh, it's doing it badly when you really.
well, if you don't understand, if you can't spot its problems, like it's basically distilled down my experience. It's taken away. It will take away. It's currently pretty impressive, but in further generations, it's going to be its natural conclusion is going to be well. Its natural conclusion is completely replacing me, us, taking over the world, everything. But in terms of development, the conclusion it will be that I don't need to type anymore, at all. I might describe what I'm up to, but that's hopefully the last 10%, which is designing a system. This is exactly
Which is cool because like it's a thing that has been mentioned before, I guess. So I've thought about it for a long time. It's finally reaching the point where basically it's like linguistics based
Yes.
program. Where you can
Yes.
simply describe what you wanted.
Yes, like you've seen what it's doing. And this is beta, early days, right? This is that's where we're gonna end up.
But
Like-
to what extent do you think someone like I don't know anything about programming, but I can describe before that I might be able to like a semi think like a programmer would just in terms
Yeah,
of
no, this is the great
so I'm just
leveler.
wondering like how easily someone like I could approach.
This is the great leveler. So, I mean, we're knee deep in this. So let's try something. Let's make a new class. We'll just do completely theoretical stuff. Nothing we're gonna see on screen or anything. Let's just theoretical stuff here. We'll make
If you hear background noise, it's just I have to turn on my fan to control my laptop.
that's fine.
The fan's busted. I need to take
I heard it for a second, and then the noise cancellation caught it. So let's just theoretically make a. Let me think of a system that's quite isolated. Maybe an affiliation system. This is gonna be very, very abstract. To the point where it doesn't even need to be in this project, but I will just make a random class for now. I'm no doubt gonna need a AI playground at some point, so I might as well make it now. And we'll hold this as a player. We don't even have a player class right now. Starting completely from scratch. So, with your input, Jesse, this player, ignore him, ignore the AI. This player in this theoretical game, let's say it has friends. So it lives in a world. It's got to live in a world of some kind. So we'll make a world class. It's going to ask way more, but you keep it simplified. So describe what it is. A world.
So the thing is, when you say you even think about world class or anything like that, you need to know some minimum amount of programming. So
all you have to do is
like, to even know what sorts of things you need to set up.
Well, no. Let me. Okay, this is an experiment I've not tried. So let me try doing this to someone who doesn't know how to program. I'm gonna attempt. So, the world has,
Do you see what it auto-suggested?
yeah, I
The
know.
world is made up of cells.
Which means it's definitely looking outside of this class. It says they say on the website they don't look outside the single file. I don't believe it for a second. The world has a player.
Well, I mean, maybe it doesn't
Player
have to, but it has to have a
has
sort of
a
internal
name.
database to know what sorts of things.
The world has a player, and what else is in this world?
Like, do you know how many like mini indie games are going to pop up on Steam just made within hours
I hope
by
so.
people who just they just had an idea for a game, but it would have taken them maybe a few weeks to construct it, and instead now it takes a few days.
I hope.
Using this.
I would.
Even if they had to pay $1,000 a month, they can pop out 15 games in a month.
I hope so because it's gonna make people like. Well, it's democratizing, right? It levels the playing field, which is always, in my mind, always a good thing, and it makes people who like me. Well, first of all, it frees me up a bit, it frees my mind a bit, and also makes me like focus on the harder problems and hopefully try harder. I can't just rely on the fact that I can code well because I've been doing it for a long time. I can't rely on that anymore.
Maybe too soon to tell, but have you gotten a sense for how sort of strongly it tries to shoehorn you into following certain like setups when programming? Like what I mean is, for example, like
Yeah, it does.
if you were to try to like when you're doing the combat programming, you have to decide early because it would have been horrible to try to reprogram it later. How generalizing is this? Does it try to put you into those boxes early without intending to, or anything?
Well, it's been trained on billions of lines of code effectively of that people wrote. So if any shoehorning and stuff goes on, it's because that's a general way that people do things. And as like as a giant single-celled organism of developers, that's kind of how it behaves. And it's also text prediction. It doesn't have a memory. It doesn't know what a good program structure is. It doesn't know anything about design patterns. It's just predicting text. Given the text it's fed in, it's just predicting more text. Which is why it's remarkable he can come up with this kind of stuff. But it's surprising if you give a brain enough, a trained neural network enough experience in seeing patterns through billions of lines of code, it's naturally going to emerge with just given the surrounding text. The way I see it, it's like kind of if you had like a puzzle in front of you and you blurred your eyes, a big Duplo puzzle, a really simple puzzle. If you blurred your eyes, you can kind of see the shape of what it's supposed to be, and you can kind of think, okay, well, for it to be an elephant, I'm gonna need a shape like that to fit there. That's the only way I can visualize it myself. It's blurry, but it knows roughly what the shape that completes the picture looks like, and that's what it does. So the world has a player and a single enemy. See now it's gonna assume this is a common.
This is auto suggestion. You just go to the next line and it's suggesting that.
This is the common thing it does. It starts it recognized the first thing I said as a requirement, a specification, and now it's going to start listing specifications.
Right.
And it will do this forever.
It's just constructing a game for you. These are all
Yeah.
things that are basically implied or inferred by the nature of a game. I
But
guess it's just
it will do this forever until you interrupt it. And at some point, you might interrupt it by saying class. Well, public class. So basic knowledge required here. And it's using all of this now that it just came up with. The coolest thing I did with it a few times is I wrote in JavaScript the very basics of a game. I said, game has two players. Players have a score, and the players take turns. And it pretty much built that structure. And then I said, each turn
the player gets a score. And then it made a function for getting a score, and then I let it go. I just let it go wild. And
The thing is, it's not even so insane that it does a thing like that, because how many times have people programmed a simple setup like that, and every time they do, it's a similar setup. It's probably a bit tedious. It's just a lot of entering things at the start, and the AI recognizes the same thing being done over and over. And people probably have comments to that effect. It probably wouldn't take.
yeah,
I expect it was one of the first things that sort of gotten onto. It was just
Well, the
these
thing-
are the basic setup motions when setting up a new game, and so it was like
yeah, that stuff is like that. Well,
surprised in some level surprised it hasn't been done earlier.
but no, well, I mean that the boilerplate kind of stuff.
When you get to these like individual bits of code.
So it's decided. It's decided already. It's decided there's a score. The player's gonna have a name. It's got a color now, white.
I wonder what game
player's got a weapon now.
Keep hitting these things.
So look.
Like, do you get darts? Do you get check?
Well, we don't. Like it's decided it has a weapon.
Oh, okay.
So we come back to this in a minute. Let's just close this class off. And now it's got a weapon. So like, okay, go ahead, make a weapon. Well, I'll keep that in the same. I'll keep it in the same file, otherwise it will get confused. It just needs the context, really. What does it think about the weapon? It's got a name, got damage, got fire rate, range, and a bullet prefab. Cool. That will, I know, have to be a modern behavior.
I can immediately see with this, however, not in this exact setup. I mean, maybe similar mechanics sort of from the back end or however it would work, but I can see an AI like this rapidly constructing in a fairly nuanced way, just because of the amount of information they have to build off, doing all the world building for some like auto-generated fantasy world or sci-fi world or anything. So a lot of creative writing elements that go in there. And yeah, it's really disturbing. I guess I am not a surprised.
So now it's getting a bit. It's been getting a bit. It gets carried away a bit, like up to there. But now I want to step in and say, initialize the player.
And it's using all the variables that you just defined. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you went back and deleted the comment that said about if you deleted what that
notice-
just did, and then you deleted the comment it had for the weapon, and you reinitialized, it wouldn't have the weapon. It wouldn't just invent that. It would only use the terms that already existed.
If I took out, say, color. Say I'm not concerned about color. And I let this reinitialize.
No comment on what it just decided would be the default color.
So again?
I said no comment on what it just decided would be the default color.
Okay.
Sorry, it's been
One thing that does bug me though.
It's been in the news no more than once about AI predilections based on training sets.
Well, actually, it does do a really interesting job of finding opposites. Like if you say that the player is blue, it'll choose the enemy's red, which is, I mean, obvious from its training sets. It's great. It's good.
Yeah, that's right.
What does piss me off is if you, I don't know what causes it, but it does start to go line by line after a while. Yeah, I'm not happy with that. It starts to do this line by line thing, and I think
so. Like when you initialize again after changing it, tweaking a bit, it's no longer
it's not a big block.
Initializing, it's now doing every have to do it line by line.
And I think it might be like I could probably cheese it and do something like this. Now it's going to learn from my coding style. I don't give a shit about comments. I might have actually run out of things to initialize. Make a weapon. I already made a weapon. Okay, so this is it doesn't know.
What would happen if you went back and added a new variable like the player's shield or something, and then how would you could you just modify it so it reinitializes and adds the new lines into the initializer?
Nah, it's the thing. So it cannot refactor stuff right now. And I have no doubt that
is significant. I mean,
it's massive, but that's also a trait of it's a text prediction engine. But I have no doubt.
So at the moment, then okay, yeah, fair enough. So at the moment, it's not like you can program substantially again to then go back and change one of the initial things because you realize you wanted this new major variable, and then it
No.
won't auto generate all the code following. You'll have to go through. It's very sticky, basically.
Yeah, well,
So
I
you want to make sure you
see
get it right at the start.
I see it. I see this one, the text prediction element of it. I see that being one part of its brain, and then another part of its brain would know anything about text prediction, but it would be good at visualizing and predicting the structure of a thing, but has no idea about names of things or anything, just a structure.
And
And
that's the
then
thing. If it were someone like me, like because I'm not a programmer attempting to do this, I don't know the sorts of things you will. I wouldn't know about. Like to me, most of what I see there is the deal fake, but I can pretty much guess what's going on,
Yeah.
like in terms of like what the public is doing. But it's defining something at the start that
it just means
pretend to ramble. But the point is that someone can using this, someone could really quickly start to learn about programming. The only
Yeah.
problem is they would not be informing the AI with their own programming style, so they'd always be getting whatever. And not always necessarily. This might be various for other reasons, but they'd be getting almost the default form where, well, however, the thing automatically would do it if you're not putting any of your own programming into it to so that it can try to copy your style. You're just getting the default style, which presumably is going to be
Yeah.
code comments, if that's the only way you can.
Well,
interact with it.
this is why it's so imperative. Like naming is so imperative. So I call the thing game, and immediately it's like that's a game as far as I'm concerned. But then all I need to do is call this a dice game, dive game, and then let it think. Not like that. No one does that. Nobody wants to. That's no, that's an example of it when it spins off sometimes. So now it's
But a range from 1 to 7.
it's exclusive maximum bound. So now we've got a dice game that can do that. So what if the dice game starts? Let's give some rules. Starts the game.
Like a Russian roulette game where
So
like
effectively,
you just roll you roll the die, and if you roll the wrong 1 out of 6, it deletes your System32 folder.
yep, it basically just did that. They made its own rules. You roll a dice. If you don't roll a 6, you lose. But that's only one attempt at it. What if I give it another shot? Now, if you roll a 1, you lose. Roll a 6, you win. Otherwise, it just tells you roll a dice.
Oh, interesting.
But
Oh,
I've not given it
is
the
there
context.
thing that's like reiterating this? Because I saw you doing that before.
Yeah, it's all.
you
It's
have
like that's you have up to like 10, up to 10 different suggestions per thing, but it usually runs out. I'm sure it's being throttled on the server side because this is. I also think it's why it sometimes makes you do line by line by line because it's very this stuff is expensive. Like running this neural network, I feel privileged to be like. Okay, so we make this. Okay, so the game. If I make a few more definitions here, so the game of dice game with 2 players. Each player rolls a die each turn. The closer the roll. Okay, so it's coming up with its own rules.
Okay,
So now
I've not seen like I've never seen just predictions, meaningful predictions of what's coming next in a sentence like that. But then again, it's like the only things I've seen like that would be predictions in your like a Google search bar or something like that. Which
yeah,
is
well this is a whole different ballpark than that. Just on a fundamental like systemic level. Like let's see what it decides to do with this. Okay, so while the player is not player, okay, so what is it? They both roll the dice. They both got 1 to 6. While the player does not equal player 1. So these names are terrible, but this is why you have to step in sometimes.
But it's gonna actually, this will inform it a bit more. It's trying, but you have to help it. Now maybe try again. Like maybe let it give it another shot. So it
Let's see. Does that okay? If I understand rightly, the player one's score increases by 1 if the player one's roll beats the player two's roll.
Yeah.
It's basically a game of war.
But this
by its type.
the rule while they're not this is not, yeah, pretty much, yeah. And then you just say I don't even have to tell it to do. Well, I can be more specific. Display who won.
Hang on, I'm just showing someone here. You can keep going, Catch.
So now it's got that, and then wait for key press. Wait for space to. All right, well, ask the player if they want to play again. Ask the player if they want to play again by pressing space, the key. Problem is I've not framed this particularly well because it's still in one method, right? This is an infinite loop. It knows that. Well, it knows that in the sense that it's seen this pattern before many times. So start game is no good. Really what you want is start taking turns. Take turn. The players take turns starting with player one. Basically, keep playing until they reach 100 points. All right, where are you going with this? Right. So now it's a simple game of who gets 100 fastest. Like I'm not gonna make UI for this or anything. It doesn't really matter. It's decided this is a game that reach 100 points. So what level? Okay, your suggestion. What level complexity will you add to this as a depth, like another mechanic? And we'll see if we can describe it in the comments and see if we can
Sorry,
implement it.
I was actually showing this to one of the people here, but so I was letting you talk on. My apologies.
No problem. What? Okay. Anybody in the crowd? All right. See you, Richard. Have a good one, mate. Probably see you tomorrow night, tomorrow evening, with me. So yeah, I mean, what would we add as a layer of dimension to this? It's simple board. It's a simple role game, right? Maybe moving from place to place, right? So we need to make sure it's structured in a way that makes sense for it. By looking back a bit here, some of these don't make any sense. That makes no sense. We'll take out any comments that are telling it like what its rules are. But then we could add, even just by adding this, I think again, public class board. Board, right? This is where a little bit of programming does help. Like, well, not really actually. You can kind of roll with it and say like the board is a linear path of tiles. Sure. But then it's gonna start. It's gonna start over specifying itself and kind of feeding off itself. So you have to interrupt on it, and say like private tiles. Cool. That doesn't exist. What's a tile? Well, go ahead and make it for me. Now we have a tile class. So the game itself has to have it's gonna have to have a board. Let's forget the scores for now. And let's forget all this nonsense. And the dice. That's really the dice. It'll probably be interested in that. It's gonna have the dice game is a linear path of dice. Alright. See how it's feeding off the text generation? It's not really it's not as smart as it appears sometimes. If you're feeding it garbage, it'll spit out garbage. It's feeding off this whole linear path of tiles, and now it's predicting off that. But that's because it's been given very little information. Like a tile could have, for instance, a public int score. Now it knows tiles mean something. Now it knows it wants a board in the dice game. It now knows what does it know? Board, tiles, dice, score +1. Interesting. It thinks it's moving a player, but that's not exactly what it's doing. So let's create these tiles. Create a new board. Yeah. Probably going to guess for a number of tiles. Okay, got a little carrot. It made a two-dimensional thing. It's going full networking here, so we're going to say no. We want something simpler. That's better. We'll change this to length.
I just show what you were doing to one of the people here, but they were more interested in playing Pokemon Go. So they're already plugged into the neural network.
Where are you?
Say what?
Where are you?
At home.
Who's there watching them?
It was one of the parental units. Right?
Oh,
Try to avoid the
right.
right reference in the general chat.
Oh, fair play. I'm still trying to remember how to use this goddamn. Like you have to be so careful. Like it's easy to just throw away comments lying around that are out of date and they don't affect you, but they really affect this AI. So I've decided that there's now a length that I will make public. So I could make this, and I can say like what it means. How long is the game?
I'd be interested in screwing around with something like this. Not even so much to try to program a game as to just learn the basics of the programming, like how the structure works together.
It's a really incredibly interesting way of learning.
Is it? I assume that there's no reason, but maybe it just is for practical reasons. Is it based on? Is it entirely C++, or does it use other programming languages? I mean, there's no
Pick
reason.
the language, any
for
language.
something like Java.
It's not even trained on C#.
Okay.
It's trained primarily on JavaScript.
Okay. So yeah, it makes perfect. God, yeah, it makes perfect sense because then, and I assume HTML because then you could just have someone who, by linguistics alone, is doing web development. They won't have the graphics, but they'll have all the structure.
Say this random JavaScript and the name will be important. So let's say we have blocks, paper, scissors. Is the name?
Scissors.
Oh yeah, good naming. It'll know.
It's a special game of rock paper scissors, where if the rock smashes the scissors too many times, then I don't know, a chasm opens up, rocks fall, everyone dies, everyone loses.
So now I need to shift language context here for a second, and hope it's not looking at the entire project because I'm confused with it. I don't think it really is at this point.
Well, if I may, quite sure at the start because I don't know JSON or JavaScript either.
Go ahead.
I'm curious to know what just happens if you try opening with similar comments.
Mhm.
I don't even know what JavaScript can do, frankly. But
Well, you tell me. Doesn't matter. The language is literally irrelevant when it comes to AI, I guess.
okay, like comment. There's a player and there's an enemy. What are the rules for encryption?
So it's going to start. It's already starting to suggest.
The player and enemy can choose rock, paper, or scissors. I don't know if it's going to start everything on each from just that or from it just automatically did it. It just suggested rock, paper, scissors based on the title of the game. Or because lots of people tried this.
No, it uses the title. It's pretty. It's you have to have billions.
I wish I could see though then if you had still had the H in the name, if it would have suggested scissors.
Probably not. It's seen.
Each other. It's already constructing the rest of the rules. So other people have obviously done this because it obviously
Well,
doesn't.
do you want it to?
But it's being.
Do you want it to, or do you want to interrupt it?
Well, just try letting it auto suggest these next lines to see how far it goes. Okay, that's redundant. Did it not understand the line 2 then?
Well, no. It's basically it's specifying again. You see, it's like it specified both these, and it's re-specifying. It's over-specifying itself.
Okay, I guess like the
line. But now look.
not very well.
Now look what it's doing.
Okay, now that rule cannot possibly have been drawn from anything in this document.
No, that's
it's clearly basing this off past experience of people drawing this.
But it'll probably start repeating itself. How many comments? 3 times 9 of these. But it's also gonna. Oh, it's defining.
Okay, what comes after is specified all those
now it's
conditions here.
So now it will probably loop here. It'll loop here. That's you can tell what it's said. So now you have a pretty specified game. So
okay, let's try comment. The player will play when they say start or when they enter start or something. We need some way to initiate for the player to initiate.
Say start.
Click the flag.
I
guess that is how the game goes.
Don't let it distract you. What were you gonna? What's your design?
When they say start.
When that quotes.
Of course, say makes no sense. When they click start, really should be what it is.
Okay, so
that's okay. That next line for me.
At some point, we're gonna need to have, as a hint, we're gonna need to have something like start the game.
Okay.
And it will probably get confused. So, in JavaScript, you would have function, and it'll take it from there. That's all that I need to give it. I will be surprised if it gets pretty bloody close to finish game.
Is it missing the curly brace, so it doesn't want to start? Oh.
No.
Nuts.
I think it might have got thrown off by this. So you could say, get the. I can choose different suggestions, but it seems to have been thrown off by the say part.
Okay. You just try to leave me.
Do you want me to modify this?
If you want, yeah. I mean, you
no,
know
you're programming. I'm just typing.
I have no idea. The game starts when the player clicks start. Okay, click the button. They can change it to start. Maybe does it need to be in quotations?
I don't think it matters.
So everything that just generated there, I presume those are graphical elements.
This is
I don't know how it's JavaScript, so
this is communicating with HTML. So it's assumed it's in an HTML environment. Which
so assumes this is like a JavaScript little app that's going to be on a web page.
Yeah, which generally it's been trained on that probably. So, but we can interrupt that. Yeah, This would be easier in Python because it wouldn't. It doesn't. It's less. Not. I'm saying. Okay. Well, fuck it. Let's do that as well. If we make an HTML document out of this whole thing.
Does it matter that it's missing the curly brace here? I'm just weird.
It doesn't.
Way.
I'm just gonna cheat and do some stuff like. What even?
I remember. Okay, I wonder. Forgive me. I'm not like trying to credit you for this because obviously you were the only person involved in this. But I still remember when you said about how you met the people who were doing C++, like the actual developers for C++, the engine. And you met them at some sort of like industry convention. How you told them about Sublime text editor.
Oh, Visual Studio, yeah. And
you basically, because at the time C++ was still like all white text, no colors used.
Well, no, Visual
Visual
Studio. Visual Studio.
And now all the stuff about putting in braces and the rest of it, like, and now it's just completely standard.
Well, one thing I told them to do
I'm not
is
saying it's because of you.
I told them to download Sublime Text, rip it off, and mostly use Control. They ripped off the fucking everything. They ripped off the keyboard shortcuts. They ripped off literally like everything that and added to it. The whole extension system.
I guess they really did listen to you.
They do. They do.
It's not like you were the only one who must have suggested.
And they do. Like I've got a sticky note right here saying talk to the VS crew guys about copying writer, because the way I see it, this is my bread and butter. And if AI is going to be predominantly Visual Studio and I'm more comfortable in Writer, I'd much prefer they rip off Writer so I can work as fast as I can in Writer and still have AI.
What is Writer?
Writer is the integrated development environment, which is like Visual Studio or what I'm looking at right now. It's basically where you write code.
Right.
It's my canvas if you forgive the comparison.
Of course, they do that for Excel. They try to implement some Excel.
This might be easier. This might be easier actually. The exact same rules. Just forget JavaScript for a minute, because JavaScript it's gonna assume it's in a browser window. If I just take the exact same rules, make a new file, make it Python. Doesn't matter if you know it or not. The only difference is that Python has comments to start with. That instead, and now and a method. So it's with def or define, then main. Why not? But this will not assume it's in a browser, so it'll probably more likely deal with like import and so on.
So you do have to know that absolutely microscopic basics, the sort of thing you learn in the first 2 minutes of actually.
You probably should do, yeah.
Of learning it, but you'd have to know just that minimum amount to be able to.
Yeah, but if you can't look that up, then you're doomed. So that's probably confusing it. So start the game.
If you don't know that minimum basic, the AI will just destroy you. Or just pure disgust. You won't make it to the next iteration.
And
it just auto-generated the rules that it was going to paste on screen for people to know, and then it put 3 lines for spacing before your input.
Yeah, no, it'll loop that forever now, because it's looping on itself, which happens. So you have to interrupt and say, well, you don't barely have to interrupt. Honestly, only a new line basically is all it needs. It gets into this kind of thing where it just wants to keep going, like forever. But sometimes interrupting is just adding a new line. That's all it needs. So get player choice doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's pretty clear for someone with like no experience like me, it would take quite a while to get something working out of something like this, and I'd have to be looking at other resources. But that's the kind of thing you expect, because
yeah, but
it's not like it can replace everything; it can replace most of it. You have to have that basic level of.
Well, no, I mean, true, but yeah, this is also a very effective way to learn. Like
Absolutely. Yeah.
I didn't have to do anything here. Okay, all I did.
In terms of the setup for all the details, it does a huge amount of the heavy lifting.
Okay, watch this.
I think it's overwhelming for a new person. Maybe is like, how do I define these things? What do they do? And
honestly,
the thing just sets it up, and you start.
I'm gonna try making this game work with just arrow keys, tab, and maybe delete. So next line, you don't want that. Next line, get the player's choice, tab. Next line, Tab. Doesn't know what that is. New line. New line. To the enemy's choice. New line. New line. New line. Determine the winner. Determine winner. You notice these things are like, I don't know, these, it doesn't know what those are yet. Display the winner. Display winner. Doesn't know what that is either. Play again. Play again equal play again. Doesn't know what that is. If play again. Start game. Now, this is where the delete comes in. Tiny bit of knowledge. Get the player's choice. Get player's choice. Choice equals input. Checking for validity here.
I was wanting people to fully type out.
It's satisfying all the things that don't exist yet.
I'm disappointed it didn't go for skizzers though.
Get the enemy's choice. Curious why that's different, but it'll still probably end up with the same code. Oh, interesting. It's gone for a totally different approach. It has to, because it's AI. It's written in AI. Delete, delete. Enter. Determine the winner. Tab.
I mean, that's already going to be one of the best players of rock, paper, scissors on the planet, is the one that goes random. I'm not sure.
So it's just
if with human element, there's the possibility prediction. So
it's done the player choice versus the enemy choice, which might not be good enough. Display the winner. Display winner. I've touched nothing but nothing. And that might be it. Play again.
So
play again.
And so it may actually be play ready now.
Ask if you want to yes or no to play again. Start the game. Start game. Now it's gonna be lost. Oh no, actually that was actually genuinely needed, because that's the thing that actually kicks this whole game off. I didn't do anything but tab and space and delete there. So I should be able to run this. Which I won't, because
I think I've done programming on this level before, but it was way back in uni, and it was like C++. It was just like first year basic learning, and we never used C++ again. There's some students did, I just didn't. And if I'd gone into academia, then I would have probably had to learn, because you have to do a lot of programming effects to get your calculations proper.
okay.
Yeah, it's kind of on the level of something I would have done way back then.
Well,
so this is something that like I could have probably learned the setup for this probably, and like honestly, like with the right information, like an afternoon, I could have, from knowing nothing about it, I could have
it's
used
like
this system to
it's
program it.
education on steroids. Like the game is actually playing right now, so choose one.
Wrong. Oh, okay. This is wrong.
Random is undefined. That's not its fault. It has a problem with imports, which is something you need to do at the beginning. This is where you need to bring a bit of knowledge in, because it.
Yeah. Okay. This would have meant I couldn't do it. But okay.
Well, no, that's just a matter of time for figures that one in. Okay, and random's not defined because I don't have Python set up on this project. I can tell you though, this would not quite work. I don't think. Doesn't seem fully defined enough for me. It doesn't. Oh no, maybe it is. Like this thing continually surprises me. Yeah, it's fully defined. The player's winning, and then what a draw means, and everything else means the enemy must have won. So I can copy this into like a I don't know, just like Python thing online. Just test it works. Like in browser, then box. Go. It wants to know rock paper scissors at this point. So local variable play again reference before assignment on line 43. So there was no absolutely no sorry, dog's going ape shit.
The define play again down there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this particular interpreter likes the fact that these are defined after the game is run already. It shouldn't be the case because it doesn't start a game until after they've been defined. So local variable.
Is that just the case? Like the browser doesn't like, because otherwise they have to run through loads of code, and it's the browser thinks that it wants everything in order.
No, I don't think it's go with need to can't see with the actual. It's the same error. So play again means it is reassigning us.
Yeah, at no
It's
stage it
reassigning us.
only says you won, and it doesn't specify on the screen what you did, and it doesn't say what the enemy did.
It's reassigned itself. So this is the same name as this. So that's its mistake. The answer probably be what you want to use instead. Paper. It's gonna keep looping because this has no break in it. But if I cancel that, it'll loop forever. This site actually to kill us. I have to kill. It was playing. That means probably it worked. But yeah, this is made up itself. It's like when you throw a curveball in here somewhere. That's what gets really interesting. Like we could take the entire game back, scrap it all. Because
The interesting thing would be to get to the level of understanding, almost like holistically, what you're trying to do, with like what you're trying to do in terms of programming a game, so you can actually identify, hey, the thing broke here. We didn't get to these parts, and it tries to fix the connections.
I'm just gonna make up some stuff I can't even. I'm not gonna even pretend. Just like just drunkenly, just randomly making rules up for no good reason.
I'm just commenting aside here. I think Flow would be super interested in saying something like this, because you could use this to program different, like as a sort of basically a card game inventor. I'm not talking about things like for Tangletorn, but just something about that in general. The way of considering new channel. It'd be like it's something like this. You can try implementing it with I guess. Sorry.
See what happens. It's really obsessed with the file name here, so I'm gonna save it as just game. Player could throw a gem at the enemy. Yeah, it's still. I don't know. Yeah, I genuinely think it looks at other file names too. So if a gem has a 1 in. Sure. Okay.
It's almost like you can
Like,
almost
you're kinda-
imagine like
you're ripping.
a subgenre of indie games where people programmed it using only, as you are, arrow keys and the rest.
Yeah.
And you try to see what insane game comes out because
Like, I'm just like
auto-suggested mechanic.
I'm just kind of riffing with it right now. I'm just jamming with it. So it came up with a bomb like these two.
Oh my god, if people use this, yeah, exactly. Like like game jams, right? Imagine game jams, but people are just using this to try to come up with the most expansive game possible based on auto suggestions. What sorts of insane things you can have? I can imagine
It's
that
kind of
happening.
funny because I got
an almost competitive thing.
it's
Based on the suggestions you get.
it's circuitry. My one of my day jobs. Our first game jam starts on Friday. It's week long. For every enemy gem destroyed, the player will get a token. Let's mix it up a bit. No, that's too easy.
Ooh.
I'll take turns. I'll take turns with it. Okay, my turn. Or your turn.
Oh geez. Hang on. The player can sell the token for gems. Yeah, a gem. Okay.
This leaves question open. What? Okay. You want to try something? Right, Jesse?
Yeah, you please don't go onto some random website where other people have written tables.
No.
Aside from like the stream or anything.
Downloads this. That's not it. Onto your computer, because I'm gonna go. No, because this thing lets you take over my screen with a screen share. I need a secret.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the hassle. Good lord. Alright, my turn for a roll in. Alright, we've dealt with tokens. Ooh. Tokens only. Oh wait, you should probably define this one. It's your rule, so your exchange rate. Alright, in the meantime, I'm gonna have tokens degree. Oh, interesting. It's thinking.
Should I technically be interacting with anything like this, given that it's a closed thing?
It's what? No. This is fine. No, they're encouraging people to share it. They just don't have the bandwidth. They don't have the literally don't have the server resources to share it widely. They want like people like please put it on your Twitter and shit. Like they just can't handle the bandwidth right now.
Okay, it's just that it's a closed technical preview, so like
There is no NDA, and I'm actively been encouraged to share anything I do with it. That's why I'm doing this right now, and also why I'm showing it to my students and everything else. Because also,
I installed the thing you told me to install, and I opened it. I don't know what it is. So
all right, then I will do the thing, and here you go. There's a link. I don't know how it's gonna work that quickly, but it might do. See if she does. You might have to sign in with something or something. Actually, you can do it anonymously.
oh yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, I'll do anonymous because like the sign
Yeah,
you'll probably have to.
You probably
I have to create an account.
no. What it probably, I suspect it will not do the generation at your end, but you can still type, and I can hit tab and make it happen. Because the generation needs an extension, and that's the closed beta.
Oh, I was able to enter a name.
There you go. I accepted you in, and there you are. So it's like it's basically Google Documents, but code. So this is your rule here. You need to figure out you need to decide the exchange rate, because it came up with one gem. That's up to you. Okay, so my rule is tokens, and this is going to introduce a whole new thing to the game. Tokens only last 3 turns. So it's their turn. It's just reiterating.
Are you hearing background noise from me?
No, your noise cancellation killed it. Now it's repeating itself. So you should take a turn here. So you can't see what's well, you can probably see on the stream, but if you're probably not looking at it. So yeah, if you want to put a rule in here.
So I gotta turn this fan back on my computer. The cooling fan on my CPU is it literally stopped yesterday.
I'm not hearing any background noise. Background noise is cancelled.
I know it's because I gotta turn the fan back on.
No, but no, your noise cancellation on Discord is just like, hey, how good to see you. See, no, okay, lazy, is it lazy? I can't remember. Good. Glad you can make it. We're kind of on the tail end now. We're just fucking around with AI. Me and Leroy are making a game that we don't know the rules for yet. We're kind of.
I lost the. Oh no, I'm on it again now. I lost the screen. We're trying to get me to stores.
So you probably won't see the auto completion that I'm seeing. But if you start typing on that rule, empty rule, I'll see if I can see it. And it's like start with some,
I know. I just don't know what we're trying to do.
just start with like gems R or something, and I'll see if it shows what. Okay, so
I don't know what I have to press it for to or
you
do
can't,
anything
yeah,
for.
because that's the thing. This is beta, so I can just once you're happy with it, yeah. So let me just see what it would do if I. Yeah, it agreed.
So if I type something, it's not suggesting, but if
No,
you do,
that's because that's an extension that's running. It's a plugin that's running on my version that I'm logged into the closed beta.
okay, so like
effectively.
anything I type is not actually going to generate things. So it's
No, not the AI. That's I have to type it basically. But we got a fair. Do we want some more rules here? I'm really curious. Like, all right, I want to see what it wants to do. Okay, when you moved the cursor, it reset the prediction. So let me know when you're done. Oh, actually, I'm gonna have a cigarette. And I'll be right back. Write some more rules because I want to see what this thing. Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, really flesh it out. We'll see what the AI can do with it. Okay, a second. Yes, I'm gonna go smoke my cigarette and probably gonna stop it about.
I'm just spamming random rules in there.
No, I like it. I want to see what it comes out with. I'm gonna do another 15 minutes. I'm gonna see what the AI can call in 15 minutes after the smoke, and I'm gonna watch it.
Then after that I want to get back to the writing I was doing. So
Yeah, cool. And if it doesn't come out interesting, I'm gonna probably with a bit of poking see what I can come up with if I spend an hour with it. I can. Feel free to try the code. Holy shit.
I'm just trying to flesh out these things. I rearrange the slide amount last second.
I'm sure the AI is going to handle this.
That's how I can test. I'm sorry.
It's going to need some more. Let's need some classes. What do we have? We have players. Okay, let me just start noting these down. We have player. Oops, wrong language. Player class. I guess an enemy class. A gem. Well, it knows at this point. Yeah. Bomb class. The prediction doesn't like it when, doesn't seem to like it when the duck is moving around. So I'll wait. Let me know when you're done.
Okay, I added a bunch of stuff.
Alright, what are our nouns here? We got player, enemy, gem, bomb, token.
And merchants. Merchants is supposed to be like a 5-unit size shop. And if you're within 5 units of it, you can talk to them.
And bounty token. Alright. Okay, stop it.
Alright.
Because I can't, won't be able to click.
Trying to stress that the AI for more rapid.
Well, it can't predict when the cursors are moving. Alright. It's decided how the player is going to work.
I refer to some of the, sometimes they're tokens, but I refer to some as bounty tokens.
It seems to insinuated the position.
It thinks tokens and bounty tokens are different things.
I made them different things.
It's supposed to be the same.
Well, it doesn't know that. But I made a different. Okay, well we can.
So I'll just change the, get rid of every reference.
No, leave it. Just stop moving. Stop moving. It's making things. It's confusing it. Everything. Well, it'll probably figure it out. A class. So there's enemy class.
Yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, then the bounty token should work as advertised, but the tokens will just be some redundant.
So now it's decided that gems have a health.
Yeah, I have 5 hit points.
Okay. So it's doing the right thing so far. Bomb also. Token class. Also seems to have health. Merchant class, probably going to roll with the same thing. No, just location. Okay, so now when the game starts, it's going to have to create a player. It's decided that the player is full player. They're at 0, 0, XY position. They have no gems, no bombs, no tokens, and they have 25 health. Create the enemy. Same gig. Create the gems. List.
Okay, let me know when I can just add like, a couple more things to the top.
No, don't touch it. Just don't.
End it maybe.
Just watch what it does. So for the gems, it's decided between 2 and 4. Somewhere between 2 and 4 gems. It's going to add to the.
Yeah, these are all things that are in the comments at the top.
It's going to add to the list of gems when the gem has a position somewhere between 0 and 10 and a health of 5. So a damage of 5, I guess. Would this be damage? Okay, well, let's leave it at HP. Let's see what goes with it. Create the bombs. Bomb list. Not many bombs. Create the tokens. Not many tokens either. But it's decided that they are also somewhere on a grid of 10 by 10. Did you just specify a 10 by 10 grid?
I said that I the only thing I specified in terms of like a grid, I said that the player and the enemy can move up to 5 units per second.
Right.
That when a bomb is thrown, it moves at 5 units per second.
It's
The bombs have an explosion radius of 5 units.
It's come up with a map size of 10 based on that. Right, the
Probably
merchant.
needs more than that because there's a merchant that's 5 units in size. I don't know if it would be a radius or
Well,
diameter.
they just put it somewhere randomly. Start the game. That should be interesting.
Yeah, if the map is 10 by 10, this is going to be horrible. Because it needs
Okay,
to be almost
so it's
100 by 100.
it's created a method called game, which passed everything in. So now, game function. I'm literally not. I'm doing as little as possible here. Okay, so now it's come up with a game loop until with two functions that don't exist yet of the player turn and the enemy turn, given everything about the world. So now it's gonna have to create.
I see. So as long as both are alive, the game goes on. If the player is alive, meaning health over 1, but the enemy doesn't have that, the enemy's dead. So the player.
This is gonna be interesting. So it's
Right,
printing all the stats. We don't really want that. Let's give it another go. Right. That's interesting. Should be a method here. It's passing all the information around because it doesn't have a game. It doesn't actually have a game state. So it's decided the only way to do this is to pass all the information around all the time, which is completely reasonable. Okay. You can't see this. There you go.
Right now, they move randomly.
Yep.
It looks like it's decided the players move.
Everything moves, including the gems. Everything on the map is moving randomly.
So at the moment, like if we don't want it to just be like a random. This is almost like some sort of Brownian motion simulator, except the things are chucking bombs at each other.
Yep. Well, we don't even know if that's going to happen yet. But this is where I would correct it and make it into a game update, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right now it's deviating.
It wants to
Yeah,
know it's trying to keep the player in bounds. And it's probably going to loop now. Nope, now it wants to do the enemy.
Interesting.
So you're going to do the same with the enemy.
Is there any way to step in and specify instead of 10, it's going to be map size or something, and then you can define map size or whatever you want?
Yep. I can basically take 10, which appears everywhere, double click it, hold Control D for a while, and call it map size. Now, as long as I define map size somewhere, define the map size 10.
Okay, offer 10. Can we change it now?
Yep, do what we want with it. But by the way, if you put, when I scroll, does it move with you? Do you move with me?
No, I'm looking at your stream for this because I
Okay.
can't see what's on yours.
If you're on the code, you can click on the little circle next to my name, and it should be on the left side.
I don't even see that. Maybe I'm just squashing the sidebar or something.
See this little live share button?
Oh, I see.
You can click on the circle next to me. It should.
Oh, I just did that. Okay.
It should
Yeah,
follow me. It
yeah,
should
yeah.
follow me around now.
I think right now, if you, is it just gonna? I think yeah, it's scrolling the window as you do this.
Yeah, just follow him. Okay, it's actually predicting.
Because I've got this on my portrait monitor
Okay,
on the right.
it's now
so
now
I
it's
see more of the text, more of the actual code.
now it's we've given a map size. It's being a bit more. Well, it's noticing a pattern here, and it's happy to predict it, like kind of all at once. Except for this one.
But now the merchant moves. Probably the merchant should move.
Okay, now let's come up with an interesting suggestion. No, it's using your rules.
Oh, it's forcing them to buy things.
Yep.
It is using the rules, but it is forcing them to buy.
Yeah, that's pretty kind of interesting.
Wait a minute, did it just buy a gem? It made the gems cost 3 gems. Do you see that?
Is that right?
Well, how are the gems going to cost 3 gems?
No, it's just
It's a bad
subtracting.
exchange here.
It's just taking its gems and reducing it by 3, but
And
then
then
adding
it adds
it.
1, so you just
Yeah.
lost 2 gems.
So it doesn't. It's confused about. For a text prediction engine, it's doing pretty fucking well, but it doesn't understand.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to buy a gem.
I mean,
the gem is the
I'd
currency.
do this all
You're getting
again.
that from selling gems.
Okay, the thing is, you can redo so much of this because just by going back to the bit where it says okay, I'm thinking this game needs a game class, which is what it was missing. And this would be really cool to see what it comes up with. Because it has no idea what that could mean.
I have no idea what that means, so I'll be interested to see.
It just figured it out.
Okay.
And that means if I do that first,
Good, the bounty tokens have vanished.
if I make
actually, yeah, no, actually they never existed.
if I make that first and literally delete all this, I'm curious now of what.
Oh, I just realized it was correctly identifying from the comments that a bounty token was selling for 2 gems, even though it's using token throughout. I don't know if it's identified that if you destroy an enemy gem, you get a token, but and it hasn't specified that the tokens only last for 5 turns, which I think is a silly line.
I think the trick here now is to.
Also, we're using turns as opposed to seconds, which isn't really. I was typing using things happening in real time, and then
Oh yeah,
there's turns. So
that might be stretching it. I think I'm still not sure if it looks up and down, and I don't know solely how its thought process works, but if I reset like everything here now that it. So for the player, it still wants to do.
What just happened? I'm just sorry. I'm just looking on the right hand side. You see all the red and yellow lines. What's that suggesting? Is that because you deleted something and there's no reference to it now?
Red means is basically there's a syntax error. That's because I'm in the middle of defining stuff. The yellow lines mean that the method does not exist yet. The red lines means it's a straight up error.
I was wondering if the AI was flagging something, but it's obviously this.
Now it's got this concept of max HP it came up with. Didn't have that before.
What happens that causes you to include max HP?
I don't know. But I'm interested to see what it does with if I delete all of this. Because it writes it so quickly, it doesn't really matter, and it's more informed.
Well, copy it first.
Yeah, I will, but it's not really going to be important because it will be overwritten. Because it's no longer creating game loop. Sure, game loop. It's thinking hard. Okay, came up. Oh shit. So that was way more optimized than it was before. Now it doesn't have an update game. So this is the game loop here. When I space this out, by spacing this out, it's gonna tell it that this is how I'd like my code to look, and it will it'll use that. So now it wants to update game, which I might imagine it'll now implement and think for quite a while. Okay, it wants to update all things. Update player. Move player. Okay, it's created ever no. Yeah, it's recursive. It's created a recursive loop here. Give it a try. Now it wants to attack the enemy. Now it wants to do. I find that like letting it implement one first. So the problem is the problem with this game. It's not using the classes. The classes are just empty right now. So instead of letting it do what it's about to do, I will, but instead I'm going to rephrase it for it. Oh, actually, probably the best way of doing this. Oh wait, no. What it's decided to do is completely legit. I delete all this and ask it instead create the game. There. So the game wants a player, enemy, gems, bombs, tokens, and merchant. So it's made a player, an enemy, no gems, bombs, or tokens, and a merchant.
What do each of those numbers mean again? Oh, it invented the HP of the merchant as 5, which is not correct. It was never specified anywhere. I was going to specify in lines, but then you said not to. I was going to say it had a certain amount of life, and if it had like way more health than the others, but if you attacked it with bombs, it could lose health and it could die everyone for it. If they had lots of bombs in their shop, so.
So I'm gonna give it a hand here. No, I'll let it do what it wants to do.
It's starting them off at random locations. It'll do it for the merchant too if you continue on that, I guess.
No, it's happy with that.
So ideally, the merchant is stationary. The player moves based on you're hitting the arrow keys, say, at up to 5 units per second or 10 units. Yeah, 5 units per second. And the enemy moves randomly.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a hand. See what it comes up with this. And that doesn't exist. Game equals game. So now if I go back up to my game here, it wants to get the player. It's probably going to do this forever, which is fair, but I'm going to bypass that a bit because it'll do that for a while. And it's legit stuff, but I wanted to see what it does with start. And I'm giving it there. So it wants to start everybody.
So just based on what I'm seeing here, there are all sorts of things I probably would have done differently in the comments at the start, just for specifying it in advance. And those would be like, there is a player, there is an enemy, there is a merchant, and they each have a certain max health. They each have a location, things like that, things to define what are in the class at the start.
I would probably change this
later
to update. Like,
But then after that, finding more, like then start defining.
Yeah, it won't. Unfortunately, the way it won't. So it's. Oh, sorry, that's the game. The game is now trying to move itself around, which doesn't make any sense. So this is where you have to kind of help a bit. After I change this to fucking tabs. Alright, now it's being smart. Well, it's an update function for everything. Which it's now figuring out. So DT is going to be the direction it's moving. It seems to have lost a health.
They're bleeding out.
Same. I imagine it's gonna. Oh, for the gem, didn't want to move it. For the bomb, it wanted to move. Token, health's gone down.
Why is it determined on making people lose health every turn? And well, I mean, however, if that's a turn, every update is losing 1 health, but we haven't specified whether it's turns or seconds yet properly.
And does the game
The idea is that this is real.
There is no game loop. I deleted that. So now the game, I'll give it a hand. So now back in the game, it's probably gonna want to know what the hell that's about. No, it wants to draw something. It wants to draw everybody. It doesn't know what to do with the draw yet. Its pass means it doesn't know what to do. Yeah. So it needs. I think it needs more information of how they're supposed to be drawn. Let's put a comment here. Everything should be drawn on the grid of that. There we go. See if you can figure something out now.
So now you're locking things into a grid because the movement speeds are specified in units per second.
It still can't work with that. So I guess you can help it. Draw a player. So has no idea. Draw the player on the grid. No idea what that is at its current position. Doesn't know what to do with it. Because the player doesn't really have any access to the world, the game, which is completely legitimate because it doesn't. It has no way to know what the game's about. So the game, you could do things like define the map. Map equals. It's getting confused now because I should be in the init. Create the map. Yeah, let's create a 2-dimensional array of 10 by 10. Now it's wanting to assign numbers to all of them. So I don't want to interrupt it too much, but add the player to the map. I'm just going to give it a little hint. See, that's smart. And then from there, it's probably going to go with it.
And I can't even look at that and see that it does what it's committed to do. So.
It's now just with a little hint. It's now it's realized that it has a map that things can be on, and it's adding everything to the map, which means we're not far off being able to render it. Wants to create the map now. No, it's already done that. It's repeating itself. So now we can help it with the draw again. You might have more ideas. Okay, I'll help it along here. Draw the map. Well, I just added a comment. I didn't say anything. Didn't say it. Just added a pound sign. player. Oh yeah, it's getting smart now. So it realizes the concept that things can be on the map now. Well, I just did just say draw the player. Well, I said draw and it went with it. So now it's figuring out that it can draw things on the map.
Elif, is that Elif? Because it makes this look like it's
Yeah,
going to
it
be
is.
drawing one of these things.
Yeah, it will only draw one at a time. It has no idea how to draw more than one thing. And it's probably gonna. Oh my god! It just brought in a game engine.
This one.
Pygame is a game engine. That's
0.2.5. That looks like colors. So what it's doing here, draw the map, draw the grid, is created.
Yep.
I'm guessing that the black map with white lines on the grid.
Yeah, Pygame I don't have installed. Do I have pip? Pip. Install Pygame. Now it needs to import that because we're rubbish at that.
You basically just installs like
But saying that it's
your computer
no, no,
knows
no.
Kung Fu now.
This is set up. This is still running in Tangletorn. Like this is not. It's not. It's. It has no idea. It has no idea. Like it's not in the environment. Like this is not its fault. It's not set up. Like this Python file is not set up in like an environment to run with Pygame. I mean, I'm assuming that's how you import it. I'm not gonna have time to set this up. But I'm really intrigued at what it thinks it's doing. It still needs draw methods, but now it has a lot of information about what the hell that means. Now it's bringing Pygame in for everything. It's decided now it's got an engine. It knows exactly what to do. I don't even have to give it clues now. It knows what's up to. I can't catch this stream. What else does it want to do? No. It's happy with just drawing. That's what it wants right now. And everything's white. Read into that what you will. So the game loop doesn't exist. This is where we might be able to see this thing running right now, but if I ask
It can't connect to the stream. I think the AI is onto it knows. Try not to let any secrets be divulged.
asking if I want to check the player's dead, I'm gonna start the game loop first. See if it can
Hi, Chrissy.
Hey, Jesse. What do you think of the AI?
I think Ash's job is on the line before mine, but I'm not too far behind. Let's just say it's a more terrifying prospect to be farther back in line before our heads get the chop, you know? You get to see what's happening. You get to see the carnage on the way.
It's exciting. You just gotta know how to use it. It's a tool, right?
Jesse, you seeing this?
Yeah. Sorry?
You seeing? It's decided the controls for throwing gems and talking to merchants.
Hey. And for player movement, nice. I don't know where it's specifying movement speeds. I put that in the comments at 5 units per second.
No idea
But
how
this
well
is-
it's going to do.
The grid, if things are locked to the grid, then that makes no sense.
So now it wants to call update, which means all of these guys have updates, which means theoretically this would run as a thing.
But Christy, yeah, I noticed that this is just an indication for programming, obviously, but I can see them. I can imagine an AI using something like this to not particularly well, but it gets better the more people use it. Sort of auto-generate all kinds of like, frankly, world lore in creative writing. As I say, it wouldn't be very good.
I've also
Be just
I also have a
generic,
bit.
but it's one of those things where
I don't want-
the more people use it, the more capacity there is for nuance.
I don't want to scare you, but I have access to GPT-3, which is the biggest text position AI in the world right now, and you could give it a very small synopsis of a world AI, and it would just roll with it and give you a run for your money.
But do you think it would lose the human element? Like there are certain.
It's trained off humans, so it'd be hard pressed to. It might be very confusing at times, but
It's one of those. I mean, you've seen that weird, that ridiculous sort of outline structural world building template thing I did. If that could be converted to sort of a format within the code, you can imagine auto-populating something like that.
what I like about this is like I like how it's decided controls right off the bat, and I want to know what it thinks about talk to merchant. Actually, I want to know what it knows about throw gem. I don't care about the movement.
And I'm honestly just my immediate concern is actual movement because it still has no concept of like time.
Oh, I have absolutely no doubt it'll have no problem with movement.
Okay, well, it'll make some of the comments above redundant, but it's going to be used as is. There'll end up being sometimes contradictory comments. It has to go with something.
It's gonna have no problem with movement. This is a solved problem as far as it's concerned.
Oh, I think it's just made it so if you press up, you go up a square.
Now this is what I'm interested in. There.
But you lose a gem. Why do you want to throw gems for? You want to be
Look,
able to ball.
look what it's doing. Like it's nothing fucking stupid. It can't access the map. It has no concept for the map. But it assumed it should have a concept of the map.
Because they're based on the thing.
Yeah, and rightly
people constructed.
Yeah, rightly so. It should. So that was something you would add to it. Now I want to know
What is someone doing to throw a gem?
This is what I'm interested in.
Right now, he's throwing a gem if you have any gems. If you have more than 0 gems, it'll automatically throw a gem in some unspecified direction.
Yeah, because I've given it literally no prompts whatsoever. It's just
It looks like he's just
it's,
sort of like
it's flying. It's flying blind. I'm not. It's. This would be. I've typed almost nothing. I've just given it method names. I'm not giving it a single correction or a prompt or guided in any way, and it's still coming up with this stuff.
So the way we had it before in the comments, this isn't implemented yet, is if you toss a gem, I think, there's a chance it's a gem, but there's also a chance it's a bomb. So it's like, right, the way it's working mechanically right now, as you're moving around, if you have any gems, basically they're eggs, and you lay them. And sometimes they have value, and sometimes they're bombs that explode.
Yeah. Okay. We would need some guidance.
By the way, they would kill you too, because at the rate you're moving, and if they last 3 turns successfully, it would explode and hurt you within a 5-unit radius.
Here's a ridiculous one.
Did that say give the player a gem, but then it subtracted a gem?
Yep.
That's weird. So this is doing nothing, basically.
Also, it can't access the player.
It
cannot access the player.
For 0 gems,
Here,
it'll subtract the gem, but then it'll give you a gem.
me show you what happens if you guide this thing. So talk to player right now doesn't know about the player. It only knows about itself. That's what this self thing's about. It doesn't know anything about other than itself. And that's why it's like, oh, player. It doesn't. If I give it an actual player, so that's only self. And then when I call that thing from the player, I give it itself, which is the player. Again, merchant doesn't know what's coming out. It's coming from. But now it has lost here. Oh, it's trying to be recursive. It's trying to tell the player to talk to the merchant. So it's come up with the same concept. So all you need to do is, well, first of all, right now, the merchant seems to be the one in control of the conversation. So you just
Wait, that thing had token in it. It converted a gem to a token.
it did, and then removed that one.
But it also removes a gem from the map, but there's no reference to you.
But also, it also means the map. It also
it.
no, it removes the player from the map. You have to understand, it's not been given any guidance. This is the dumbest as AI can get. Right now, okay, so we forget the whole idea of talking to the player. What do we actually want the player to do with its comments when it talks to the merchant? With some comments, like it'll do the same thing again. But what do we actually want to happen? It's a question. You made the rules. It just needs reiterate with the rules slightly reiterating, and it'll roll with it. It's reinforced every time it sees the same thing.
So what do you ask? What are you asking me?
What would the player
to
do
specify?
when it talks to them? When it's talking to the merchant?
Well, from the comments right up at the top, if the player is within 5 units of the merchant, I said the player can talk to the merchant.
Okay.
The player can purchase a bomb for 1 gem at the merchant. The player can sell a bounty token for just a token.
All right, stop. Let's to the original one. So when they update, they've moved. If the player is at
it reduces the health by 1 every time it updates cache. That's going to kill the game.
Huh?
Yeah, the line of.
I know that. I know that. We're not making a game right now. We're exploring AI.
Right.
If the player is at the merchant, talk to the merchant. Now it has to be at the merchant. But that's not what you wanted. You wanted it to be within range, yeah?
It's still, it's so bloody impressive that you could literally type a sentence and now it does the code for you.
Okay, so but that's not right.
So much
what was the original rule that been with a certain range?
If you well, the idea is if you're within 5
Okay,
units,
if the player is within, I did not write that.
No, that's because it's copying what I typed.
Yeah,
at the
exactly.
top.
Now let's see if we can do it. Yes, it can.
It'll automatically talk to the merchant in this case if you're within that range.
Well, then again, we correct it. What do we want to happen?
We need to have some sort of option, like
ask the player if
they want to.
That's what it wanted to do. But there we go. If they want to talk to the merchant.
Yeah.
There we go. Yes or no question. Done. What does it want to do next? If the player wants to talk to the merchant, yes.
Talk to the merchant, and we do presumably.
Full buying system. It's not done yet. It's come up with a selling and buying system.
Christ. It just did everything. It's specifying like if you don't have enough gems, how many tokens you want to sell. It just introduced like a full bloody like dialogue system.
We're trying to say you just have to poke it in the right direction. Barely. In comments. And it will fucking pick it up.
Now it does need the specification for if you don't talk to the merchant.
Yep. So yes, which is going to be, well, I didn't let it finish, to be fair. Do nothing. That's fair.
By the way,
it's coming up with it now.
If you talk to the merchant but then don't buy a bomb or sell a token, the merchant chucks a bomb at you.
All right.
because they don't like that.
So let's is that was that one of the rules?
But that is one of the rules.
Okay. So let the merchant know the player does not want to talk to the merchant. Okay, I don't know what's going with this. No, it's looping on self. So you give it a hint. You give it a hint. Well, this is an interesting thing. At no point in here has it any clue about this merchant object. It's just guessed. So I'm actually going to delete all of this, as fascinating as it is. Get the closest merchant to the player.
Well, there's only one, so.
Self, get closest merchant. Guess what I found out?
Is it remembering what was typed before when it
Nope.
does something like this?
Ready for this?
Wait, let me read. It just did the same thing, but now it automatically purchases things.
Yeah, but it made methods for every single thing.
Eesh.
Which I can't quickly.
So how do we get it to use those methods, but also implementing the sort of dialogue thing from before?
Well, first of all, he wants to know if it's within.
Just specify
He wants to know what this whole distance thing is about. So let's that. Yep. That's legit. That's completely legit.
Oh, so it invented those methods in the construction there, but
Yeah.
they're nowhere else specified. So you
No,
have to go
it
through
wanted those methods to exist. Now I'm giving it a chance to create them.
Yeah, so it's going to do them automatically in order.
Yeah. Merchant is buying bomb. I'm not sure what that. Now it's seeing a reflection. Like also, it's not. This is where it needs help too.
Did it just define itself and use itself in its own?
Like every time you reel it back in and give it some guidance and then let it go forward again, it improves. Like for it, within distance makes sense. What here does not make sense is talking to merchant. Okay, why would we?
There's nothing here specifying the person's choice to be able to talk to the merchant.
Yeah, so we add that.
And the same thing has to exist in his buying bond.
Yeah. So we add that. Does ask? I don't look. It does.
Yeah, it literally
Oh,
started
just ask.
answering it. I think you.
Right.
There you go.
But
It was supposed to be buying a bomb or selling a token.
well, even if they want to talk to the merchant. No, ask. Okay, check. Phrasing is important.
Check the player if they want.
If they want to talk to the merchant, then
So I'm saying is like
same gig.
check if the player wants to. Yeah. Fortunately, the auto-generated comments there had proper grammar. So.
Well, they're actually based off our comments, so that's us.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm saying you type check the player if they want to talk.
No, I missed.
Fortunately, yeah.
So
yeah.
At this point, a non-programmer might be starting to pick up on simple things like this is a method, and it can be checked. So they might be able to say, so adding their own things. So if I put my actual programming hat on now. Okay. All right. Shakespeare.
There now should
fucking Shakespeare.
Especially it was already.
So if input there.
Okay. Oh, now it's
all I gave it was
okay.
check if and then gave it the input prompt. That was a bit of programming. I actually
So now it is implementing dialogue and
yeah.
some of the functions.
Yeah.
Some of the,
Well, but I had to
functions.
I had to prompt it with input, so that required a minimal amount of knowing it. Input asks the user to enter something
Yeah.
to a prompt.
You had to be able to. You had to sort of enforce to allow it to know that you wanted both these options.
It's
for
not-
inputs for people to say whether they want to
Yeah.
do this, and also its methods, because it wasn't doing that before. It's just doing it like a basic straight up dialogue system.
It's not a silver bullet. It's also wants to carry on.
The exclamation. If an exclamation marks in this time for saying you don't have enough gems.
Ready for this? It might be looping itself now. No, it seems to be. No, it's
Well, there shouldn't be a no. That
It's got
shouldn't be an
bomb.
option for if they want to buy a gem. You don't buy
Bomb.
gems. You sell tokens.
Well, it does. What does it mean? Remove gems, add gem. What does it want to do after that? Oh God!
I know. Well,
Check it out.
that's what something I was going to suggest, but I didn't type that anywhere.
Yep. It's now it's just coming with its own shit. It's basically it thinks it's making an RPG. Where can it go
What the
from
next
here?
thing is going to suggest.
I think it's looping. Yeah, it wants to buy a bomb again. So at that point.
Okay, you want to delete the one that says about buying gems because there's no buying gems.
Yep. So we don't.
You don't use currency to buy the currency unless you're like really rich.
And maybe at that point we go up here and just like add a little comment just so like you can't the player can't buy gems or bombs outside the map. I mean, these are all good rules. So now
if it's degree or spelling and grammar, why is this?
there's a new rule that it might learn from. But this is still pretty heinous looking as a game. All I did was added.
Yeah, I fixed that. Yeah,
So-
the player can't buy gems.
All I added was input. There.
Well, no, we had the things before. And
So
remembering
let me
improve.
let
So
me
it took a
let
few
me
steps to
see
get there.
let me see. Let me allow this thing with a comment.
Check if the player
Or
is talking to
each thing the player can buy. Then we start working. We work with it. Ask the player if they want to buy the thing. Buy the thing. Yeah. No, actually, that's legit. If they. Okay. So we had a whole bunch of this stuff like interesting stuff. I am going to delete all this because again, we're just making shit up here. But I'm now curious, like what it wants to do, get things to buy. Because I definitely want to know. I was actually trying to add the selling in there as well. I'll allow that. So I'm curious. See, it's just riffing from what I did before. It's probably gonna be out of ideas now. Oh, now it's okay. We're still in the updates. Now it's probably gonna do some attacking.
If the player's within 5 units of the enemy, that was unspecified.
Now look, it's got the idea that it should be asking for any good input. Has bomb. Can I use it? Use bomb. Now it's gonna do some dumb. It's gonna do some fairly dumb stuff like.
At some point, I have to go back and define all of these things so that ask the player to use bomb and to generate some sort of dialogue thing. But then
You don't
shouldn't be
really-
asking you that. It should just
You don't-
should be just be able to push a button at any time.
Hey, Shock Turtle, how's it going, man?
Right now, it thinks this whole thing is like a dialogue action based game as opposed to
Yeah, but
like a
Jesse,
refine,
Jesse.
press a button, check a bomb. But you can
Jesse,
do this.
we've
which is
not-
the version.
every time we've steered it slightly, it's rolled with it. We told it to ask for things now, ask to do things now. It's not doing anything automatically anymore. It didn't know anything about movement until I gave the concept of a map or a game. Like every time I've given it a little poke in the right direction, it's improving. So you just keep deleting, and then you say, okay, what does it actually mean by get things to buy? Instead of letting it carry on with that, just make a new method. We'll get things to buy. And let it figure things out.
And then see what it invents. Look at that. It just defined again. It, however, says things to buy gems, and you specify that the player can't buy gems. So I don't know if it took that
Okay.
properly.
So we when it, we just get gems is going to want to know how many gems there are. Interestingly,
But yeah, but at below it's in secret. Is that in the square bracket? Is the things to buy equals, and then the square
I
bracket.
just realized the player has no concept of its inventory. Check this out. If we delete all this and give the player an inventory, so we make a new thing called an inventory, and I suspect it might come up.
It'll fill it with
I think
gems
it's probably going to come up with some stuff. Yep.
There you go.
So now the player, we give them inventory.
Hey, it didn't. Note that it didn't specify that on the start. It gives you between 2 and 4 gems, which is one of the comments.
Okay. Now it has that knowledge.
Okay, so now it doesn't. Okay.
So now let's see what it does. Interesting.
Ooh. So it properly
It knows.
modified
It
the
literally,
inventory.
that was it. It was asking. It was working with what it had. It was working with what it had. Sometimes it will insinuate and expect, but sometimes it can't. But if you can see the flaw, it's like, oh shit, the player actually doesn't have an inventory. You give it an inventory, and boom, there you go.
Yeah, and also interesting things here. Notice here again, it doesn't implement the part where it asks you if you want to buy a bomb. It also, if you don't, it says so
It's
it
backwards.
automatically will purchase if you have gems. But also, if you failed, it will say you don't have a bomb. Which is technically
Well, more importantly, you spend money to give a bomb to the.
See, oh no, wait, sorry, looking through again, I see what it's doing here.
But look at this.
It invented the merchant's inventory.
It has no clue the merchant is anything like the player, but it's assumed now the merchant has an inventory. It doesn't. It's assumed that. This is way cooler in, well, it's really good at Python, but it's really cooler in C# because I can just like make it I can autofill these things out. So again, if I delete all this, back
Give an example
to
as to how possible it is to interact with this whilst knowing absolutely nothing about it. I'm talking about myself here. This is Python, right?
Yep.
Okay.
But the language itself,
the
language itself, we could be doing this in JavaScript, C#, C++. It wouldn't really behave. I don't believe it behave a lot differently. The language would look different.
I'm sure.
Well, no, it would some things would the Python's particularly flexible.
It's completely like after even if it hadn't been at the very start, after any amount of tinkering around with it with the people in the sort of closed technical preview, with like the first thing it figured out was all the syntaxes and how to deal with them in all the programming languages.
Every single key press I'm
all of them.
every single
have any degree of popularity.
every single key press I'm typing here is being logged. I have no doubt. So let's make it interesting here. This requires some programming knowledge, right? Based on a agent. I didn't prompt it too much, but now it's decided there's an agent class, which changes everything. Agent class. Class agent. Okay, let's come up with some random crap we probably don't care about. But now let's give it a hand here. So that's just position, right? We don't care about color. We don't speech.
No, yeah, of course. So what you've been doing when you've been testing this cache, you've mostly been seeing how far you can get by just putting comments, like hashtags and so on, and see what it will generate itself. In reality, anyone using this in any actual practical setting is going to be doing that, but then they're also going to be modifying
Yeah.
the AI's
This is the kind of,
suggestions.
I guess,
Every time it comes up with something, and then you'll be poking it to continue popping out more. So it'll like learn a lot faster that way, or it'll adapt to what you need so far. Right now, you're just testing the limits, what it can do on its own.
I'm intentionally doing it this way. Like I guess I'm trying to demonstrate like the fact that you don't need to know much about the language. This you would need to know. You can base one class on another class. So everything this class has inside it, all this
It's like
information.
you can already see that the abyss
Yeah.
is gazing back at you, but you want to know how deep the abyss goes.
Well, watch this. That's pretty cryptic, but basically it's saying, yeah, take an X, Y, and a speed, and maybe so you're like, you know what, I don't want speed anymore. It's not relevant to what I'm interested in.
Structural, yeah, no, I just appreciate it. We're not. This isn't Tangletorn, obviously. We're just tinkering with the AI thing that Cash is experimenting with. It's
yeah.
terrifying.
Yeah, no, we did a bunch of work. It's in the recording. I did a bunch of work. I'm actually still in Tangletorn. I was working on map generation. I get so fucking confused. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm scrapping this whole thing. Where even was that?
I'm just basically trying to see how long it is before our jobs are consumed by the AI overlords.
Yeah, not very long. We're screwed, basically.
Yeah, but on the plus side, all of humanity is so.
So I was working on well, we were, it was me and the AI, but I'm still learning the AI. I was working with a map generation system.
Oh, that's better than what I looked before. Jeez.
Yeah, this is the clamping thing actually working. So this is like the first landmass thing.
You are going to want to have to like consult with me and others to be sure about the specifications needed for the kind of worlds being generated.
You realize I added sliders to this for a reason.
Yeah, well, I'm saying just like even the basic format, like
yeah,
a noise like that wouldn't necessarily be how it is always. So
okay, well, like regardless, this is the problem is like the next stage is supposed to use this to mask it, but that bit's not working. Just like it basically would say, oh yeah, anything that's in the white, and the result was supposed to be over here. That bit I didn't get finished. I will work on that next, along with a blur.
good that there are scalars, because this would be the idea is that based on the age of the world where you are when you start the game, that
this will all be generated.
Modifies the generation of the world.
This will all be generated. This will all be generated through graphs. Yeah, this is just a debugging tool to see if the code works.
Okay, so yeah, all I'm saying is like when you're going into this, like
also that was entirely that was like
kind of needed.
The huge amount of this was written by AI. So I can go through and like prune it.
No, of course, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, no, if you want to go.
Today was mostly an interview process, honestly, to see if it can hold up. Not just for Tangletorn, but for like literally my day job. Because I have to invest personal resources into learning, for instance, Visual Studio Code because I don't use that daily. So I have to like get fast with this. And
no, yeah, it's one of those cases. I'm sure the terrifying thing. Well, I should keep saying terrifying. It sounds so cool, but
exciting as hell.
I can see right away that it's one of those cases where you start and just because you're tinkering around with it at the very start you'd be slower, but the surprising thing is how much less slower you are because of the heavy lifting or just bulk lifting it's doing straight up in a lot of cases. So you're almost not even losing time. You might even be saving time right at the start. And then once you start getting really familiar with it, and knowing how to make it powerful, and as it's getting improving, then it becomes
it snowballs. And right now it's only looking at one file. Like give it a couple months, it'll be looking at your whole code base. At that point, Jesus. Like that's gonna be and this is already ridiculous. Like
the past 3 days have been like honestly just okay, so what was the first thing I tried? Okay, one of the first things I tried on a project was
Hang on, I gotta go AFK for like 1 minute to use the restroom. Sorry.
yeah, shock turtle man. This is where it's heading. This is not gonna help me here. Trying to find. Unfortunately, this is only through VS Code, which sucks a little bit because I'm not very good at it. Okay, I'll show you. Okay, I'll show you something I showed before. If I go to our AI system, there's a really just bespoke bit of code here. Like I say, bespoke. It's like it's quite unique. It's not kind of like this bit here. This piece of the AI system is a dictionary, a named dictionary. So these are the names of concerns that the AI has, and it has a delegate here, which will take in the team and the game state of the world and decide, based on the question, how it's basically trying to answer the question. How good, how yes or no is the question. So can I take an action? If the answer is no, then that's -1. That's bad. You don't want that. The AI does not want that to happen. This is how the AI.
I'm back, sorry.
This is how the AI can do things. But this is what the first thing, because this code has not been seen anywhere or trained by anything. It is not particularly common looking code. And the first thing I did when I was trying to find its limits is added a new line to this. And I'm not going to use the same line I did before. Jesse, do you want to have a suggestion? We're concerned that an AI might use
What did we just? We're not just even the same thing. I just got.
No, I'm just trying to demonstrate to Shock Turtle or whoever's listening. If I add a question here, this is the concerns of Tangletorn's AI at the moment. These are the concerns, the stuff they care about. Like, am I dead? Are they dead? Can I take action? Can I take action? A new concern that has like literally nothing to do with anything. Doesn't even have to. It's just something that the AI might care about. A question that can be answered negatively or positively.
Well, I mean, if you can take action, can they take action? That's kind of the only immediate thing they really need to know. You want specifications.
Are my teammates dead? Is what I asked a bunch of times. Shock Turtle.
I'm sorry,
me-
just like
give me-
here based on the combat structure versus.
Yeah, forget all that. What might be going through an AI's mind? Shock Turtle. What might a question an AI ask itself that would affect its decision, or affect how it sees the world around it, is good or bad? And I'll let the AI code it. This was the most complex place I could find in the code base, because it's asking a human question and then it has to generate code from it in a way that does not. This code is not what you would see anywhere. This is not normal looking code. So I was trying to push it to its limits. So these.
Well, I could suggest something, but it's based on mechanics that don't exist anywhere.
Just suggest something. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Just go for it.
Okay, if it would be say whether they like you enough, because it's diplomacy, but
Okay.
that's not implemented.
Has to be kind of a yes or no.
Okay. Do they
do
like
I
me
like?
enough not to attack?
Do they like me? No. Well, this is the AI's perspective.
Yeah. From their perspective.
Yeah.
So that's what they're thinking basically.
Yeah.
Do I like the player and them or whatever enough not to.
I want to know what
attack.
them. I want to see what see. Okay, I'll do a player first. Player enough, not to attack. Absolutely no clue what it'll come up with.
Just invented a friend foe system.
Yep.
And liked by enemy, liked by player.
Mhm.
Oh, it just invented all those things to my opponent, a friend, a foe, blah blah blah.
Yep.
It also invented, do I like the enemy enough not to attack?
It also
So
starts
it's
to
kind of.
it also starts to loop a bit, but that's because it can't.
So it's a bit weird because if this is from the enemy's perspective, it's also invented now an idea that the enemy of this enemy, not necessarily being the player.
Okay, I'm really curious now about taking this back a bit. Not
And having
predicting this,
deleted it,
but
it's
adding a
learning from
comment.
that.
Adding a comment saying, I always want to attack the player. And I don't think it's going to end well.
It just generated the same thing, I think.
Yeah.
Although
But
it looks
this,
like
I think,
those it got stuck in
No,
there.
no, yeah.
Those lines.
once it runs out of like basically, it tries to predict like a certain number of characters, and then once it runs out, it kind of just loops on itself. But you can also let it always carry on looping on itself.
I mean, it's asking a bit for it to try to make sense out of the tiny amount given.
But
it's all sorts of.
But you could
about other.
This is something also. It's not really. It has no idea what these numbers mean.
Yeah, it also doesn't know that I, in this context, it refers to like the speaker of these dialogue lines.
Not a clue.
Like the way.
But the entire humanity or program and anything like this does. That's all it has. All it knows.
Okay, I mean, to some extent, it's going to be also down to like. It's one of those things that'll get better as lots of non-programmers start using it because they might write in that way, but programmers would be used to not doing it that way. So it would be a bit slower in the uptake and learning how to negotiate linguistics like that. Once more non-programmers get in and manage to squeeze out successful outcomes, then it'll get better at just identifying almost kind of sloppy language, like really.
Yeah, and like I think the thing is, I've been pushing it in directions that I currently find useful, but there's it sometimes when I'm playing. Well, I'm only again. It's only been 3 days, but sometimes it just completely something you think is like such a loose question or so unique a question, and it just like annihilates it fully in one fucking swoop, just like annihilates the whole problem. You're like, how the fuck did you do that? And sometimes it struggles randomly. It loops
How
on
long
itself.
has this closed technical preview been going on for?
This is preview 4, so it's been 4 stages. I don't know how many more there's going to be.
But how long have those for?
About 6 months,
lasted?
I think. No. Well,
How much-
I think
how
about
much
I
is-
think about 4 months.
In total or each?
I think it's been 4 months since the first closed beta.
Oh, jeez.
My boss, one of my bosses, also has an invite to it, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll check it out later." And I'm like, "Dude, I sent him a couple little quick clips, including a sample a bit like this. Like, are my teammates alive? No concept in this game.
All right.
No concept in this game of teammates." And he was like, "Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba." Full concept of teammates. Wait.
Well, in this case, a glitch, but
Well, first time I did this, I funnily enough did not put a space here. But I don't know why that would make it.
no. But when I joined, and sorry for being late, but when I joined before that, I
Oh,
thought
right, now-
do this. It invented notions of being dead, being stunned, and other things.
Well, now it's got the concept of having a player having a team. And the interesting thing is, like, the player does it.
Is my opponent in range? What? Where did range come in?
No idea. I'd be interested to know where else to go with that because I've never seen you do that before. And it's looping a bit, but it's coming. The thing is, again,
It really
again,
wants this right
again.
there.
No, you have to work with it. You have to work with it. It's like you have to just like guide it a little bit. You just steer it a little bit, like poke it in the right. You don't even have to. You don't even have to like force it to do anything. You can just like interrupt it, and sometimes that's enough. In this case,
The only problem is with cache.
our
If you do this, and you keep if you keep tinkering with this and along lines just because you're probing its capacities, but you know that there's no such thing in this context of range when it comes to this combat. But it now, because you lingered around with it and explored around the edges,
Yep,
it's going
yep.
to be more insistent on suggesting that in future, which kind of interferes with its ability to do the
no.
work.
Do you remember? It has no memory. It doesn't have memory. It's pure text prediction. Text prediction. It doesn't. It has no memory.
But wait, now that can't be quite right, sure.
No, it has. It can't. It cannot have memory. It bases its entire. It can't even look outside this file. Its entire.
You said that, but it was doing things. But it was clearly it's clearly using some sort of database from other things people
No,
have done.
it's okay. Imagine you read 1 billion books, and you read half a sentence. There's a very good chance, if you've seen the previous 100 sentences, you have a good idea what the next sentence is going to be. Imagine you read 10 billion lines of code, and you've seen the last 100 lines of code. There's a good chance you have an idea what the next bit's going to be, just insinuating it. That's how.
Okay, that's my point. So it has a memory of those previous lines.
It's a fixed
file.
a fixed.
It has that database it's drawing from.
It's a fixed memory. It cannot. It can change subtle things like coding standards. Like if you name things a certain way or you comment in a certain way, it can change stuff like that. But it cannot change its trained data. It's been trained on like tens of billions of lines of code, and you can't.
I get that. That's what I was saying, Cash. Basically, that it's using. It's within this file. It doesn't have a memory except for the like 10 billion lines of code memory that it has that it's trained from. I'm not saying that it has a memory in the sense that it's going to be able to reproduce. I'm saying it's what it tries to do now is based on those experiences, as it were. Not the best word to use for an AI, but
no, it's correct. It's correct. In it doesn't think. It cannot. It's very easy to personify. Like again, this is only like the third AI system I worked with. The most different.
Well, I have no idea if this is like based. I have no idea what would they be using like it sounds stupid even saying it this way, but are they using some sort of simulated neural network behavior here to be able to do this?
It's a neural network with about 6 billion.
Algorithm?
Wait, so let's just find out quickly because it's. I know that GitHub, Copilots.
You don't need to. It's just that
No, Copilot.
neural networks are effective ways at generalizing based on
Number neural network. It is neural network.
Pretty robust.
It is a neural network. It is.
Single output.
It's a neural network, and I think it's based off Codex, which I've also trialed, and wasn't as good.
Yeah, a simple neural network. It said. Yeah.
Simple.
Based on Codex.
Yeah. So it's so Codex I've used and had much work. It wasn't integrated enough. It was.
That's getting a bit philosophical there.
Oh, why?
Yeah, I didn't quite know what to make of that.
Yeah, it got really confused here.
Don't provoke the AI into sapience, Cash.
He asked the same thing twice, and then came up with the. Ooh. If they can take action and they can take action, then shit. No, opposite. Doesn't care.
if they can't take action. Oh, that actually makes sense. Fucking hell. If they can take action and they can take action, which is a repeat, this makes no sense to ask the same question twice. It says whatever 0. But if they can't take action and they can't take action, it's like you know what, -1.
I can't read what it's saying because the screen is. Oh no, it's updated. It was artifacts, but now it's fixed.
I think it's backwards, but it's just I don't know. This bit's been really fascinating about like this is the stuff that we'll never be able to figure out. I don't think. Oh my god.
What?
Oh. I forgot to try it with the semi curly brace. Okay, I'll take it back. You can think about that too. Like I was very hesitant to bring it. I was going to bring it in where I left off, basically into the AI code, but it's so deep.
Because in your AI code, you're talking about like it's trying to look forward to find optimal futures. Basically, I don't know how you refer to in the code in that case. I don't recall, but is it trying to draw from that?
Yeah, this is basically the bulk of the AI code.
Oh, it's in the same file.
Yeah. This has actually changed quite a lot. What does help though, I think the AI is that I very thoroughly comment like questions I have to myself and problems and describe a lot of situations. I think that does help the AI a lot, which bodes well for.
Is it really? Because a lot of those things, surely they'd look at them and they'd be like, it wouldn't know what to make of the rethink, the how long did it take to reach her, and whatever something.
Hey, I'll show you something really scary. Not scary. Actually fucking amazing. This is okay, I can show the code for this. I can't show the actual project. So I'm just gonna mute the screen for a second here. But there's one to do I left myself here in this project. Once it opens. That is an incredibly loose, just like it basically says, don't let hackers do this. More or less. And I took off the to-do part and of the comment and then let it predict. And it came up with a
so you put in like it automatically generated measures to prevent people from to hack or exploit them.
Yeah, effectively.
You just put like a comment and like say debug this, and then it'll not like that. Like it'll put in prompts, debug error code messages for if certain things happen. Could it do that automatically?
Oh yes, really good at that. Yeah, I'm trying to find the to do. I'll turn this.
I imagine that's like one of the big hassles if you having to do it all manually. Is just trying to get all the very comprehensive debug messages.
I'll turn the screen on.
It's one of the things people do the most. So it's one of the things that would have a lot of training in actually being able to do for you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get the. I'll turn the screen on a second if I can find the place. I may have already. Oh no, it's sorry, hang on. Again, I know the screen's off, but I can't show some of this. Yeah, I can show this part, I think. It's fine. So, where was my, I may have removed it. On grabs of RPC. This is physics code for a virtual reality character with full body tracking and controls picking up an object in the world. And it's fully networked, so I don't want
a hacked client to be able to pick up something that's across the world, like across the entire map, right? So I believe my comment was something like this: to do make sure hackers who have no business pulling this method can, or something like that. Yeah, I'll let it do its thing. And I just took out, so this is like a pretty fucking loose thing, right? What the hell does any of this mean to? And I just took out the to do.
That's like the programming equivalent of telling your household AI to do your taxes, basically.
Yeah, and I hit enter. And my phrasing is obviously different because this is not. Actually, I can find out exactly what I said in that line of code.
Did you delete it? Is it not there anymore? Because I always like the code would already exist, so they don't.
No, I fixed the problems at the time, but years ago. No, move your body. There's so many obscenities in this. Networked physics is the fucking worst. Although I mean it's the same, like it could because the code base has changed, and I fixed the problem. I fixed.
Yeah, I mean, this is all fascinating stuff, but I mean, I think won't be able to see for too much longer. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Like I was hesitant to turn it on this, and I have no idea what would happen if I let it loose on one of these comments.
Like, wait, so that to do thing, that's not specifying the rest of is to do though, so they're already being accounted for.
Well, it doesn't give a shit about to do either. It's just looking at characters. It doesn't have any concept of what to do means. It's just
No, I know, but what I'm saying is that you haven't blocked out the stuff, so it's already trying to account for that one, isn't it? When it's
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like if it's you're not sure what's going to happen if you basically hit enter and then get it to auto suggest stuff.
Yeah. Not quite. It's first was going to start rethinking it. And then
that must be something you typed elsewhere in the document.
No, it's just rephrased it. I don't think I did that. No, it just rephrased it.
Okay. So wait, so you could it rephrased it, but then can you use the new rephrased line to get it to suggest something?
Only thing is, it's not a prompt. It doesn't read as like, "Hey, do this thing." So if I can rephrase it, I'll use its rephrasing. Like this was a note to myself for me to read it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you write a sort of semi-sloppy note to yourself, then you get it to rephrase that note into some sort of more effective AI prompt or comment that it can use, and now get it to use this to try to come up with some code.
It's only going to be able to rephrase it into another prompt to itself, really.
Okay.
But I mean, I can ask it the original question.
You think it depends on the comment?
I can ask it like, I didn't write that or that. Okay, now it's getting silly. I mean, if anything, it's a way of like rethinking So okay, what was I doing here?
I'm pretty sure if you try to implement that, it goes too many two lines, then you have produced this kind of, and you've just optimized the AI.
Yeah, I'm glad I deleted that. That was dangerous. So, like for instance here, this is not how it's gonna work. So I have no idea at all. Get okay. Ignore the AI, phrase it properly. Get the player's upcoming actions from what the enemy can see on the timeline. There's no what timeline is.
The timeline.
Yeah. So it's firmly planted itself in
So that works.
it's it's basically rephrased this. We're using the wrong thing there, but it's rephrased that. But this is where you have to kind of like
Yeah, like
commenting things out.
Where it just pops out one line, it would have been faster just to write it yourself.
Yeah, but I can't.
Oh wait, I see what you said.
I'm trying to break. I'm trying to change it. It knows about what I did. It knows what I was going to do, and it still knows what I was going to do. I kind of wish you could. You can't change what it's.
So it has a
You
memory.
can't change. No, you can't change what it sees. This is mentioned all over the place in this code base. So you have to break. So you have to like. This is where you have to prompt it. This is where you. So it's simple, I guess. Really, you just have to phrase it as if it was a perfect piece of code. Timeline. Dot. Get upcoming actions.
So it had to be human friendly.
Make a new method for that. Current game state. That's going to be really important for the name. No. Help it. I love this. I love this one. If you roll with it. But then it gets creepier. It gets creepier. It gets way creepier. Okay, I did something. I don't know where I put it, but I did a. What if the AI was
UI
the one bitten by a zombie? Last time I did that, it was in the middle of a perfectly valid piece of code, and it did this. Literally put a curly brace right here, which basically you can't do anything with this. God, that thing annoying. It just basically broke the code. It straight up had no reason to, just completely destroyed the syntax of the code it was working in.
Well, I don't think I liked your suggestion of it being bit by a zombie.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Not there yet.
I swear this Easter egg here. So this would be a case of get the player actions. This is like this is where I don't think it's going to be able to help me. It's well, I know this is about phrasing because it's going to give you a really good nudge in the right direction. Like personally, give the programmer a nudge in the right direction. Give the player actions that that the enemy, even just the process of explaining to yourself, the enemy knows the player is going to take based on the game state's timeline.
It's the enemy knows the
and
play.
see through the fog of war, which it guessed. So you have to give it a chance too. Sometimes it's got multi-line solutions. Yeah, this is where you gotta give it a little bit of a chance. Well, fuck me. Guess looking out.
Is that a good one or a bad one?
Sleeping out. But just I'm not sure. Okay. The players actions. It's like a really like to play around with an idea. Just throw an idea out there. Really effective. Yeah. Okay. Just being a
Maybe
target.
remind you of things that might have been missing in the code. I guess that's like a thing.
Okay. Position makes no sense. But then you just correct it. You're kind of like you're just jamming. It's like, okay, yeah, that was like that was a good kind of train of thought. But I don't.
It's almost like knife edge programming, where it's like you're running along the ridge and it's automatic. It's the engine, but you're the one tilting it to make sure it stays on
Yeah.
the line.
Well, this is the best thing I can make shit up. I could say, okay, timeline to get player upcoming actions. It just guesses. It doesn't, and then it rolls with that. How about use a tuple? Cool. Not tuple. An anonymous object it's an anonymous object that's not supported by Unity C# 0.7, I think, or 7.0. But it gives you ideas. So like I could say get instead of like I said, I'm gonna get player actions on timeline. You can be as wordy as you want and rephrase it later. Or be just return the actions the enemy you see. So you go further. For each player action, whatever, if the enemy knows the player will do this action. See, that's kind of interesting. So you kind of roll with it. It's pretty much assumed. I think it's assumed. Yeah. I don't know what the hell it's doing, but it's. If anything, it's like kind of having a second opinion. It's really pretty potent.
I can imagine this thing it suggests it can suggest large swaths of code, and it may be wrong, but because you're reading through it, it's almost like you're taking your fresh look at it and you find the errors yourself that if you were typed it out, you might have made a similar mistake, but it's harder to debug it. You thought you'd covered it.
I mean-
with this, it's like you're taking an outside look.
Yeah,
to the first
It's a fresh look, fresh eyes. It's being especially basically to build as an AI pair programmer, someone to sit beside you and like give you a second opinion. And I think for a novice programmer, that's not going to help them a lot. But for someone who's like really stuck on a super hard problem, just being able to like jam with it for a minute can like unstick you. Like you don't will very unlikely use the code it writes directly, but you might use some of its ideas. Because it's literally harnessing the ideas of like thousands and thousands of people indirectly. So on that,
Just looking online at people talking about the GitHub pilot or GitHub Copilot, sorry, and a lot of the things aren't very positive, and they're talking about like how it's like producing things that are often buggy, sometimes
Yep.
difficult to tackle, the rest of it. And I see these things are all obvious.
it's
So I
changed a
think they've
lot.
changed the standard
No,
thing that's
there's still some people saying that, and those people, without being too judgmental, are pattern
people letting ego stand in the way of
No,
their thinking.
they're expecting a silver bullet. They don't see it as a tool. They think it's going to be something that they're also probably pattern programmers. They expect it to just they do lack of vision, I guess, is the most accurate term. Is 6 months from now, 1 year from now, God.
YouTube video here by someone saying, please don't use GitHub Copilot. Despite the promise of improved workflow and time savings, I can't do good faith recommended. And discuss why here, July 11th.
See, that's kind of what I'm saying. Lack of fucking vision. Utter lack of vision. It's like someone looking at a Model T Ford and saying, this is never going to be better than this perfectly good horse-drawn carriage. It's like, well, okay, bye. Enjoy your investments in husbandry.
Actually, wait a minute. From the comments I'm seeing, I think it actually has more to do with it might be like I haven't watched the video. It might be that when it's logging what you're doing, that essentially they're claiming some degree of copyrights.
No,
meaning that
that's okay. There's two parts to that.
synthesized code like technically can belong to them.
Yeah, no, there's two parts to that. Like, it's a legal quagmire because this is trained off open source code, billions and billions of lines of it, which means it's been they've already studied.
Isn't technically some of that code subject?
They've already studied this. They've already studied this. In 0.2% of the time, it will replicate somebody else's code verbatim, 100%, 0.2% of the time. On the study that I read, that means 0.2% of the time, it's copying someone else's code, not directly but indirectly, which means it's a legal fucking mess. And this technology cannot be stopped. So it's basically the laws are gonna have to figure it out at this point because the technology's not slowing down. It will not stop. And if it stops in if one country, like say the United States, decides to outlaw AI programming, guess what country's going to lose its entire IT industry? It's a mess.
I missed the start of your sentence. Sorry, so I can't answer the question. But yeah.
So if the United States decided to ban or regulate heavily AI programming, guess which country loses its entire IT industry to every other country in the world who doesn't do that?
I can think of a couple countries with 1 billion plus people, and both of them are very happy to take over that industry globally.
Yeah. So the laws are going to be the one that has to change, and not the technology. That's the way I see it. That's just realistically, that's how it's gonna be. Anyway, it's getting a bit ranty. I'm gonna cut the recording now. It's getting a bit
Yeah,
eight
sorry.
8 hours and 40 minutes or so. So bye bye.